Hello, Draco Kraken. Oh, excuse me, goodness. Hello, Dragon Kraken, how are you? You'll see that I'm dead. Alright. That should work. There we are. Simple, short, sweet, to the point. Everything that I am not. Alright. Audio stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate? Whoa, can you hear me? Is everything okay? I hope everything's fine. Now I'm scared. Now I have to listen to. Oh god. All right. Oh, you know what? I can make it so you guys can't hear when I listen to the desktop. There we go. That'll work. Yeah. So. No, I can hear myself. Okay, we're good. Sound fine on my end. Okay. YouTube likes to scare me with its little widget here. Widget? I don't fucking know. It makes suggestions whenever we stream, and it's like, oh, your bitrate sucks, or oh, your audio bitrate sucks. And I'm like, okay, well, there's not much I can do unless somebody says something. But anyway, hello, and welcome back to TableTalk, Discussion and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Great on 95. Now, little bookkeeping will be done today, but a couple of things that I will mention before we get any further. The dice are in the works. I'm waiting for another fucking email from the guy to talk to, because I'm very excited to talk to him. And to be fair, back when I first had the idea, I asked for questions and then I didn't respond for a long time. So it's totally fair that the guy is taking forever to respond. He seems to respond only in the morning. And if I respond back, well, you know, it takes a while. Anyway, second order of business. The stream is hopefully in 720p. So the change that I've done is that the live stream is going to be in a lower resolution than the actual VOD. The live stream will be in 720p, whilst the VOD itself will be in 1080. And that's the hope. I have no idea if that's the case. This is the first time I've tried it, because I had the idea. Because, a lot of the times people, have complained that they couldn't have it was too much. And I was like, oh damn. Can't think of a clever introduction tonight. It's fine, Lex, welcome. I'm at 720p, so Slay. Good. Okay. Thank you. Good. So, yeah. So hopefully my recording will be in 1080 then. I have no idea. We'll see. If it's in 720 as well for the VOD, then I've lied to you, VOD viewers. But that is alright. Third order of business. We've missed a lot of comments. It's been a few weeks, and we'll be going through all of them later on. All of the ones that we've missed in the past, 3 weeks. Okay? I know I said we would do it in the beginning of the show, last week, when we were at the end, when in the VOD, because my bitrate died and then couldn't do shit. But I figured the dynamic, or the format of the show works better when we don't just sit here for a long time with comments, for those who want to get to the actual meat of the topics, right? Yes, could put chapters and stuff, but for the live viewing as well, I'm sure that it can be kind of annoying. And I know we did it for nearly hundreds of episodes at this point. Nearly 100 episodes at this point beforehand, but things come slow to me. So, you know. But anyway, fourth order of business. Boo will not be joining us until later, and Aiden will not be joining us at all tonight. So it's just me for quite a while now. you, and me. So we're all gonna have a party without them. So I think that's everything I need to say right off the bat. Yeah, I think so. If I've forgotten anything, that sucks, I guess. No one can let me know because I'm the one who remembers. So, that being said, let's get on to the show today. So, as you can see from the title and potentially from the thumbnail, there are more fixes. Everybody has a thing to say about 5e. A lot of them are talking about monks that I saw, but I didn't feel like doing any class stuff today. That can be for a later time, right? And I'm not your host, Lux Armonk. That's right, Lux. You are not one of the hosts. But so I was just going through again, looking for, specifically I put in fix D&D 5e, I think. Oh, there goes my bit rate. Very cool. Hold on. We're tanking. And there it goes. Okay. Yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen too often. But anyway, like I was saying, I went through and put in fix 5e first, and then I put fix D&D 5e. And a lot of fixes came up, a lot of them overlapping, so I picked 3, and we're going to go with them today. 1 being one that we've already covered, death, and 2 being ones that we hadn't covered before, a fix to inspiration, and a fix to spare the dying. Now, it's interesting, because the last one there, I'm very interested to see what's going on with that, because I think that the cantrip spell spare the dying is fine. I think it's actually just fine, considering death already is very hard to get to in 5e a lot of the time. Though this is, I guess this isn't to do with death, this is to get you stabilized so your character doesn't die. Perhaps it's very strong. Perhaps it's more of a, this should be a first level spell or something, in which case I could see where we could go from there, but I don't know. So, we'll get to it. But first, we're going to start with inspiration. Fixing inspiration in D&D 5e, Tabletail Academy is our first video today. And, another thing, now that I remember, I did remember, there was another thing. I think it would be 5th order of business at this point. I got another monitor that's big, in the sense of the resolution is 1440p, so it's fucked with a lot of things. So once Boo actually gets around and we get in a call, I'm gonna have to fuck with the Discord thing so that we're, like, in the proper place up top and everything again. So be aware that at some point I'm going to be doing some fuckery and all that stuff up there is going to swing around and change. So I'm sorry, but that's just going to be how it has to be. Anyway, now that that's out of the way entirely, let's move on to the video. So, we all know inspiration in 5e is the thing that feels like favoritism to myself and Boo. I don't know about Aiden. I don't think he thinks that as well. Pretty sure he doesn't. He's more okay with it. I just don't like inspiration. And if there's a way to fix it, to make it so that it's a little better, well, wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? So, let's see what our friend here from the Tabletail Academy has to say. Oh, right. Tabletail Games is the channel itself. Sorry. Anyway, here we go.
Inspiration is bad.
Mm-hmm.
You probably either already knew this or are just now learning that inspiration is a mechanic in 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons.
Sure.
Inspiration is a somewhat optional rule that the Dungeon Master can use to reward you for playing your character in a way that's true to their personality traits, ideal, bond, and flaw. If you have inspiration, you can expend it when you make an attack roll, saving throw, or ability check. Spending your inspiration gives you advantage on that roll. That is, it lets you roll 2 d20s, taking the higher result instead of one roll. All of that sounds good. It's just not good enough. Hello, my name is Sean Four, and I'm a professional game master with TableTalk Games. I run games both public and private, and I like to think that in over 12 years and thousands of hours running tabletop role-playing games, I've learned a thing or two worth sharing. In this video, I'm going to talk about inspiration and how we can fix it.
Okay, cool. What's inspiration, Precious? The thing that we all covet, apparently. Seem to be 30 seconds behind. Oh. That might just be because I have it on the most live setting that I could put it at. The low latency, ultra low latency. And it just might be just, I don't know. On your end, I think, maybe. I'm sorry. But anyway, introducing yourself as a professional DM is something that I don't think really has a lot of weight to it. Because again, we've talked about this before. I think we talked about this not too long ago, but professional just means that you're paid for something, you know? So I don't... I haven't played as much as he has. I don't know if I've contributed anything that's been worthwhile yet to the discussion of D&D, but hey, who knows? Let's see. I will say though, he probably has something. I'm excited to hear it, you know?
Inspiration is the appendix of D&D. It's this vestigial thing. No one is quite sure what it's for. You can forget about it or remove it without affecting anything.
True.
Although it is unlikely to burst
for.
And kill you. As a mechanic, it's not really attached to anything substantial. The player's handbook cites ideals, bonds, and flaws, which are even further afield. I'm sure players sometimes write stuff down in those boxes, but it never comes up.
Fair enough.
In fact, you can tell how confident the designers are in a given mechanic by how frequently it's woven into other mechanics. Ability scores, bonus actions, advantage, these are central. Almost nothing else in the game references things like ideals or alignment or inspiration.
Okay.
This makes inspiration easy to forget. Not just to award, it's easy to forget to use. First, it's just not that strong, and it's not equally strong for all characters.
Okay. First off, then, no, I think inspiration is very strong. I think it's incredibly strong. That's why everybody wants it. I suppose I'll be convinced if you can tell me why it's not strong, but if you do, I don't know. But from my understanding, inspiration is incredibly strong because it allows you to, in any situation, just call upon your inspiration to then get advantage in a situation. I said situation twice, I've just realized. But you get what I mean. It's incredibly powerful, incredibly useful to anyone at any time. So I guess if we're talking about it being not powerful, then are we talking outside of the mechanics of the game? Where are we in that conversation then? Because I can't think of how it's not just beneficial and extremely powerful. Advantage mathematically is incredibly strong. Exactly, Draco Kraken. Exactly. Fucking like any advantage to anything, especially when it literally gives you advantage, the word. But like anything that is advantageous is going to be, I think, categorically strong and better, right? Isn't that? I don't know, but I'm interested to hear if he has anything to say about how it's weak, because I'm very confused already.
For a fighter making 3 attacks a turn, or an assassin who really needs to nail that surprise round attack, advantage is fine. But what if you're an enchanter, or a support or a utility caster? Sure, they'll make skill checks and saving throws, but I'm going to let you in on a secret. Players want advantage to do cool stuff. Advantage to escape a grapple, search a room, or save against a spell is functional, but it's not fun.
Okay, wait, no. Already. No. Could be fun. It just might not always be fun for you. Already. Ooh. Das Jingo. Hello. Considering how advantage/disadvantage works, inspiration is also useful to counteract disadvantage for free. Yeah, incredibly powerful in that case. Because literally, your disadvantage is gone that you got from whatever poison or, like, whatever effect the creature that gave it to you has, or just the situation in general. Like, it just immediately takes that away. It's crazy. I mean, obviously, something that's a lingering effect will still affect you after the fact, but the removal of it, at least for a round, can completely change the tide of a scene. Advantage is huge. That's why I see a lot of people change it to +2. And that makes sense to me, because +2 is what advantage was, I guess, in a lot of cases. Back in 3.5, at least. Like, if you got anything, it was a +2. If you used your help action, it gave a +2. Right? It was just, that was the way it was. Just lurking in the shadows. Well, welcome, Indigo. I hope you enjoyed your shadowy lair. Indigo Dragon, shadowy lair. Doesn't work as much, but, it kind of works. Anyway, so, yeah, the assumption that not being able to do a skill very well is not fun is already something we have to throw out, because that's crazy. Advantage in passive checks is converted to a +5. That's right. Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. You're absolutely correct. I forgot about passive checks even getting those. And vice versa for disadvantage. See, I didn't actually remember that one either. There you go. Isn't it the role of the DM to make things like grapples and other checks feel big and important? I recently had a curse knife fail to make impact because of a player's hot rolls. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, this is the thing. If the situation is dire enough, I remember plenty of times where an advantage roll would make or break a scene in anything, like, in any kind of thing. A skill check being used in the middle of combat can be just a little bit, like, of another gate to get from being able to vault over the table and do your, special attack, right, or whatever, to being like, it could be even like the entire the ability to, I don't know, catch your friend who's falling from a mountain successfully. That could be its own check. Like, could be an athletics check, right? It's a skill roll. Again, it's very strange to just go skills, not fun. Categorically, obviously he didn't say categorically, but that's what this. He's just saying this without any regard to the fact that it could be. Now, again, I will stress, perhaps later on, after this point, he says maybe it's fun for some people or something like that, right? Like, I hope so, because otherwise we have another case of this where we have black and white, apparently. Absolutes, where there doesn't need to be one. Anyway.
The spell is functional, but it's not fun. Second, the conditions under which to award inspiration are unclear at best, at least in the player's handbook.
He may be arguing for rule of cool. So even if we're going from rule of cool, if that's what he's thinking, he's not taking into account then that the rule of cool can also, like, or we can not apply the rule of cool and still make it impactful, right? Like I said, somebody is falling from a mountain, right? They're climbing up a mountain. This is just the example that I've come up with, that I've made up for myself. But regardless, it could happen. You're climbing up a mountain with your party, and like the lead person, let's say you have them all, tied up to a rope because they're doing proper climbing or like with rigging and shit, right? Then they fall, and they're going past a bunch of people, and they're gonna take them all down with them if they fall. So the next person tries and desperately goes to use their athletics in order to keep hold of the mountain, as well as to keep hold of their friend who's falling, right? Or their party member who's falling. And even without Rule of Cool, you're already at a point where this is feasible, probably, considering these people could have 18 strength or so, 16 to 18 strength, even 14 strength. This is all well above average for these people, right? We can already go from this where we're already kind of superhuman in a lot of cases with the amount of strength that we have in this character, potentially. Even a 10 strength person maybe might even be able to do it if they get a high enough DC like roll, because they might have a little bit, like they might have taken a proficiency in it for some reason. I don't know, but regardless, it's possible. So if he's coming from the Rule of Cool side, it's just like, well, sure, it's not a rule, it's not a mechanic technically. Yes, we can agree on that, but there's also mechanics here that we can use that help with the storytelling that can be incredibly impactful, The DMG doesn't give the DM any real guidance beyond giving inspiration when you want. If you want inspiration in your game, inspiration is really easy to ignore and forget. Yes, he did make that point, and I agree with that. Isn't inspiration just something the DM gives you whenever they think you've earned it? Yes. Yep.
The Dungeon Master's Guide does have some advice about.
Sorry, I want to go back to point 2, because now I've forgotten what his second point has been.
Stuff. Advantage to escape a grapple, search a room, or save against a spell is functional, but it's not fun.
And also, quite literally with the grapple thing as well, like, we're already at grapples. Grapples could, and I suppose if we want to go by 5e rules, the inability to move isn't necessarily as bad as the inability to move and attack and such, right? Like it used to be for grapple. But even so, the inability to move in certain situations could be incredibly impactful, right? Like, the fun, quote unquote, here could come out of getting out of the way of whatever it is they're trying to keep you from moving out of the way of. Like, it can be rewarding. Is rewarding fun, I guess, is my question to this person. I don't know. I guess not. I don't know. Again, if I put this situation in front of this person, I'd probably say, yeah, this is how it is, and then he would go, yes, that's fun. Like, I don't know. DMG suggests rewarding inspiration for role-playing, reward for victory, genre, emulation. Yes, that's also true. I've already forgotten this guy's name, and I'm so upset at myself because I know he introduced himself. Anyway.
Second, the conditions under which to award inspiration are unclear at best, at least in the player's handbook. The Dungeon Master's Guide does have some advice about this, some of which I like and some of which I don't.
Right.
The first condition is for role-playing, and in this passage they recommend rewarding someone when that player causes their character to do something that is consistent with the character's personality trait, flaw, or bond.
Which is one of those things where I would just go inspiration for everyone all the time. Like any time. And he's gonna go over the bonds and the flaws and all that as well again, which I'm like, yeah, I mean, you can use that as your guideline if you want, but I'm also at this point, I think inspiration is good for getting those people, if we're going to use it that way, it's good for getting those people who aren't familiar with how role-playing works to role-play it better. That seems to be what it is to me, at least. In this one case, it's to get the new players to understand how role-playing works. Though, I would also then say the inspiration that's given in that way is then expected. by these people, right? Because every time you're trying to give the treat to the dog to understand that getting the stick is good when he brings it back. But so the dog will now bring the stick back into the house where you don't want the stick because it always wants the treat. I don't know, something like that. I can't think of a good metaphor. Inspiration is forgotten because it's not impactful, I assume, perceived or otherwise. Yeah, not well. Yeah, exactly. Perceived more so. All those are part of getting XP too. Yes, technically they are as well. In the DMG, which is why. Fun is extremely subjective. Yes. Inspiration is rewarded by the DMG and DM's tool. So it's more proper to be in the DMG than PHB. DMG on inspiration, offering inspiration as a reward, encourages certain types of behavior in your players. Yes, you're training the dogs. It's just that's how you do it, you know. I don't know where it is in the PHB, but I'm sure that it's mentioned. I don't know. Besides Bardic, of course. Fun is a dirty 3-letter word, hard to define. It's super subjective, very individual to each person, and is put on a pedestal of, if you're having fun, good job, you win. Hello, Jonathan. Are the other two not coming tonight? So Aiden won't be here tonight, but Boo will. He'll be here later, unless I'm told otherwise. But for now, it's just me.
But I've played at tables where this would result in giving out inspiration constantly. Shouldn't everything your character does be consistent with their personality traits?
Okay, yeah. He's taking my point. Exactly my point. It just, at some point, I think this need to give the inspiration as a sense of enforcing how to roleplay is not necessary anymore, and so we need to then change how inspiration works. That actually, you know what? That's already, we're already coming up with something. Like, the usage of inspiration is if we're going to use it as a tool to get people to do things, then we need to then transition it from being that tool into something that is at least more sound with how the table goes, or how the table is playing, you know? Something that is less reliant on that original guideline and then goes for a whole nother rule set, quote unquote, right? So we're already kind of coming up with something here to fix it. That's why there's a cap on number of inspiration one could have by raw. So, yes, so this is the thing. The cap is there, yes. What he's saying, and what my point is that that whole vagueness of that rule is completely, like, it's arbitrary to the point of anything can qualify, which is really annoying, right? That's the whole point. Like, yes, there's a cap. Obviously, you only give them one every now and again, and then they can't get another one until they use it. But the requirements to give them that one are so vague that you could give them one at the very start of the session every time if we want to follow that.
They mention that it should be notable, like advancing the story or being really funny, but advancing the story, like consistent personalities, should be happening with some frequency, and while moments of levity are great, not every campaign wants its players jockeying to be the class clown.
Sure. But also some players don't roleplay according to character, so inspiration can guide them to look as in character rather than as player. Yes, yeah, absolutely. Well, this is why I'm saying. This is why I'm saying that you use it as that tool until you don't need to use it as that tool anymore. You change how you use it, because at some point your player is going to learn how to be in character rather than just as a person controlling some character, right? I would imagine. The cap rule is also one way why inspiration feels lackluster worth discussing. The cap rule itself? The cap rule is necessary in my eyes because otherwise you just have everybody gaining this inspiration that they can just keep having. I'm glad that there's a cap, at least with the way that it is right now. Unless it changes, we need that cap there, because otherwise it's too powerful. It's incredibly annoying.
Additionally, there's already kind of an existing incentive for these. You advance the story or share a laugh with your friends. I'm interested in using inspiration to incentivize something that isn't already rewarded. To that end, it does mention putting the adventurers in danger, which I like. Relatedly, the next item is heroism, rewarding players for taking great risks. I like this because it signals to the players that if they make dangerous choices for good reasons, there's a better chance they'll succeed.
That's true.
Next is a reward for victory, which is right out. There are already so many rewards for victory.
Yeah.
It's victory. The text...
I've always awarded inspiration for in-character answers to problems. Sure, yeah, that's fine. Absolutely. This is the thing. Don't misunderstand what we're doing here, of course. We've talked about it before. Inspiration is not something that myself or Boo really want to use in 5e, but like you're absolutely welcome to. If you have a way that it works for your table, that's great. I'm super happy for you. It wouldn't work for me. This is my point overall. And I think crafting something that works for everyone better is, or at least we refine these guidelines that we have on current inspiration, is probably better overall for the entire community, I think, as a whole. Though, of course, if you don't like what we come up with or what anyone comes up with, you have every right to just ignore it, right? We're like, these fixes, quote unquote, that everybody has for everything, you don't need to listen to any of them, right? You don't need to listen to this at all, what we're doing right here for the show tonight. You can skip it if you want, right? Like, it doesn't matter, technically. But yeah. I'd probably hold on to my inspiration forever like a mega elixir. Yeah, I had a similar thing in my Wednesday campaign, back when we were in the first campaign thing we were doing. We had this like inspiration type thing, and I just never used it because it just never, for me at least personally, I never wanted to, because it never felt like I earned it in a way, you know? I felt like it was more given, and then something that I would just kind of take the scene with because of something that I did, like, you know, months ago, right? I guess, does inspiration, actually, I'd have to look at the, I think my DMG is downstairs, so let me quickly pull up my very legitimate copy of the DMG really quick and see if it states, at least raw, that, let's see. No, where am I going? I'm going here, and I'm going to the DMG. Here we go. Okay. Inspiration. Where are you at? You know what? Let's go to the index. I'll give you a page number as per usual, of course. I promise. Inspiration. 240 to 241. That's what I'm looking for. I just need to look at wording. Oh, I love, there's also the thing in here that literally says ignoring inspiration. It might not work for your campaign. Don't fucking do it if you don't want to do it. There you go. And that's it. Okay, I was looking to see if you reset inspiration every session, quote unquote. I don't see it saying anything about resetting it, so I'm not sure. But 240 to 241 in your DMG if you want to look. Weird behavior because you can only have one, and it's not that hard to regain if your DM follows the guidelines. But I can understand why people hoard them, believing them to be all-powerful for the right situation. Well, it depends on the mindset, obviously. Like, I I only hoarded it because I didn't want to use it. And I knew that it was kind of easy to get. And it's one of those things where if you've played a game like an RPG at all, you get a bunch of the strong like potions and you go, nah, I'll need this for a later thing, right? Because again, it's already a huge advantage. Gives you advantage on any roll that requires 2d20 or a d20, excuse me. So, maybe not all powerful, but I'm always afraid I'll be dangling off the side of a cliff later. Yeah, exactly. And then once you're dangling off the side of the cliff, you're like, well, maybe I'll be like near death next time, like actually near death, because I think I'll be able to get out of this just fine. I get your thinking. Absolutely.
On genre emulation, though, is quite interesting to me, where inspiration is awarded for reinforcing the conventions of a particular genre. They give a great...
Oh, by the way, I wanted to say, so far, what he's been saying has been fine to me. The usage of it with, and I should probably keep it actually pulled up on my end, too, just to reference on occasion, because I might forget what it says exactly, but the giving it for heroism in order to make it so that they are taking like more risky actions is totally fine with me. Like I have no issue with that whatsoever. I think it's good to reward your players in some way when they take something a very costly action to do something, you know, whether it be to their own detriment or maybe the detriment of whatever it is, but for a good reason. Obviously, it has to be either in character reason or, you know, something that is very essential to the quest, you know, like something like that. Because you can't just go, I'm just gonna go into the king's, you know, castle and just try to kill him right off the bat. Because, like, yeah, that's dangerous and shit, but why, you know? And then with the victory thing, yeah, I also agree. You already have treasure, experience, whatever you want at that point. You don't need inspiration after that too, I don't think. Now genre emulation, I'm already like, I don't understand exactly, I guess, what we're going for here, so I guess I'll read it really quick to myself. Motifs or genres, personality traits, flaws, bonds. Okay, so if you're doing something film noir-y and your DM likes that, then that's good. Oh, that apply to the adventure? Okay. So if you're acting in theme to the way that the adventure is, but I'm also like, what if that's completely out of character, though? You know? I don't know. It's another form of rewarding role playing, basically, which I'm already like, okay, I guess, but I don't think we need to do it for this one, too. Anyway, let's bring it back a bit.
The text on genre emulation, though, is quite interesting to me, where inspiration is awarded for reinforcing the conventions of a particular genre. They give a great example from film noir, where you get inspiration whenever you can't resist something, even when you know it's trouble from the moment it walks through your door. I like this too, obviously. I once ran a campaign set in a world inspired by late 1970s dad rock, and by the end of the campaign, I had figured out that I should be giving out inspiration whenever someone did something that was rock and roll. But I should have told my players that. Session 1, Session 0, I should have written in big bold letters on an index card in the center of the table, "That rocks!" and I could have smashed it whenever someone did something cool. I could have used inspiration to sculpt the tone of my campaign.
Okay, alright, okay, overall that makes more sense then, once we get to that point. If we're gonna use inspiration to keep the theme, keep the tone going, okay, I can see that. Inspiration's dangerous to me, just because it becomes a metagamey thing. It even says so later on in the text where this is a reason. it becomes a metagamey thing where somebody's going to ask for inspiration at some point after doing something, and they're going to keep asking for inspiration at some point. Now, this isn't always the case, I suppose. So I'll temper my argument here, but potentially there could be the problem of somebody always asking for inspiration all the time. And in that case, I go, I don't want to make it a habit, right? I don't want to make it a thing that is relied on all the time, because yes, it's a resource there, but I also think that you're already able to give them so much to work with depending on how they play out a situation. Like, if they are actually taking the time to plan something out, get all the things together, get all supplies together to carry out this plan. Yes, all plans could go awry, absolutely, but I think giving them the ability to have a bonus already, or lower the DC technically, right, because they've done so much to kind of get the situation to where it needs to be, that itself is already kind of doing the inspiration thing, except without saying anything about it, right? It's just one of those things where I think the middle ground here is just, let's just role play, and you get bonuses and detriments based on how you do. If you go around and you're a dick to everybody, well, you're probably not going to be able to convince the local guard to help you when the time comes, right? If you're going around and you're being a charitable man, and you're giving alms to the poor, and you're I don't know, teaching the kids at Sunday school, right? Then you're probably going to be looked at a lot more favorably in this town, and maybe even get a discount on the shops. Like, at every shop, it. The inspiration thing is like a key critical moment that's weird to me, where it's just like, because I kept the theme. I guess I'm thinking of it from that metagaming perspective, where it's like, I can't get that out of my head, where it's like, oh, because of my keeping everything in the horror theme, and my DM liked that, they gave me this inspiration, and now, in this critical moment where I could potentially die, I now use it, right? Because it doesn't feel like it's the character that's done it, it feels like I've done it. It's the mechanic that gets in the way for me, I guess, more so. Wonder how many players willingly play their flaws to gain inspiration. Hey man, I used to take flaws in 3.5 for feats, because that was a thing. That was a good time. But that was, again, a mechanical benefit to a mechanical detriment, I don't know about inspiration. I wouldn't feel right getting an inspiration from playing a flaw, because it's just like, that's how my character is. I don't know. DMG on inspiration and genre emulation. For this approach to work, create a list of your genre's main conventions and share it with your players. Before the campaign begins, talk about the list and make sure your group is on board to embracing those conventions. Yeah, I mean, it's true. Yeah, I see it there. You're right. Yeah, if that works for you. But again, I don't know. Every example the book has given is still just Skinner box conditioning. You did the thing, have a treat, but I did the thing too, but they did it first. Yeah, that's also a thing. I see that. Flaws for feats is worth more than inspiration. Yes, it was. Yes, it was, but the flaws were very detrimental at times. If you wanted a bonus feat, you had to take a flaw. And the flaws, like, some of them were really easy to deal with, but the good DM would take that as a thing to use it as at their advantage, or to their advantage, excuse me, because you shouldn't just be given something for free, one side of the spectrum hoarding one inspiration, the other, and other asking for inspiration all the time. Yep, that's true. My first reaction is to say that if someone asks for inspiration, the answer should be no. Oh yeah, no. By Raw, DM has control on rewarding the inspiration, so they need to be convinced instead of it being a given. Yeah. Unless by ask you meant they say they wanted to use it, I might have been confused by what you meant if that was the case. No, it was just that they would ask for it after doing a thing. Oh, Boo is here. Okay, hang on. Get ready, everybody. Had a player played a Deaf Mute Barbarian and never had to roleplay. Well, there you go. Yeah, the flaws in 3.5 were specific. Stop reading. Hello.
Hello.
I need to fix this a lot. Okay.
Okay.
I I have another monitor that I got that's bigger in resolution, and so everything is fucked in placement.
What a shame.
Yeah, it's alright. It's okay. I've already informed the populace. By the way, welcome to the show.
Welcome. Yes, welcome.
How are you doing?
Good. How about you?
Oh, I'm doing alright.
Oh, dude, I'm super hyped. I got 13 12-sided D6s.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I got them for like $20.
Hell yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. So now I don't have to roll shitty square D6s. You heard me. Fuck D6s as they are.
That's fair enough, sure.
They don't roll well. Same thing with D4s. I need to get I need to do the same thing with a D4. And I mean, honestly, I could probably do it. I just roll the same thing and basically just make it, every 3.
Yeah, you could. Flaws.
What the fuck are we talking about tonight?
We're talking about inspiration fixes and death fixes, a fix for each. An inspiration fix, a death fix, and a spare the dying fix.
Oh, okay. So, wait, inspiration as in...
the mechanic.
Okay. I didn't know if you meant, like, bardic inspiration or like
No, that's fine. That's totally fine, I think. We're just kind of going through how inspiration works in this video so far. Yet to get to the point of, like, fixing it, but I'm excited to see what the guy has to say. Just been kind of giving my thoughts on inspiration over the course of this so far.
Well, while you're working with your monitor, I can do the same.
Oh, I've already done it. I'm good.
Oh, well, then fuck you then. I'm going to do it anyway.
Yeah, that's fine.
I know that we as a group, and, well, actually, I don't really know how Broken feels about it. I know how you and Aiden feel about it. No, you don't like it. But there was a time when, during the Devils and Dice campaign, when you guys were going to the Amber Hotel and Spa, and you guys, I'm trying to do this spoiler-free, you guys found some dudes on the side of the road that you needed to deal with, but Aiden was like, hey, is Dis paying attention to me? And so he had you write a note and say, there's dudes on the side of the road. Should we deal with them?
Yes.
And I was like, holy hell, I never would have thought of that in a million years. And I was actually, like, super impressed with the idea. And so I did my rolling. Turns out that he was, and then yada, yada, yada. For that, I wanted to give inspiration.
That's fair. Sure.
Because I just loved that so much.
Yeah. I mean, inspiration is so loosey-goosey that you can do it for whatever. So
and that's why I do like it. It's just because, because I know that you and Aiden are super, super married to the concept of good roleplay is its own reward.
Yeah, I guess I mixed up. I thought that it was you and I that didn't like it as much. But mixed up.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Because I'm okay with it. I used to not like it, but I'm okay with it. But the thing is, it's so incredibly rare for me to want to give it out. And when that moment does arise, I'm like, fuck, I want to give you inspiration, but I know you guys don't like that.
Well, yeah, that's because I'm not going to use it, Like, that's the problem. Because I feel like I've done that thing in character, and, like, I was saying this before, I feel like it goes too much into my head as a metagamey thing, right?
It's fair.
Where it's like, because my character did this so long ago, now in this moment, I can now do the thing. And I'm
then how about if you did inspiration and it only mattered for one session? Like it's a use it or lose it kind of thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think that would be better
Yeah.
For me, at least, because I know that's how Pathfinder does the hero point thing, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's per session.
Per session, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so
and like hell, we could even do it to where it's like just that same day.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's
be.
like...
Well, this is the other thing. I don't need another resource to worry about.
It's
you know?
fair. Yeah.
But, like, at the same time, I also just... I was explaining it before, and now I think I get what I do more so than do inspiration is reward just the amount of role-playing / preparing / whatever the fuck you're doing.
With
and
bonuses?
Bonuses / reductions to DCs, right?
Yes.
That's what I think is more my inspiration, right?
Yeah, it's not just bonuses.
Right, it's not a thing that I give you. It might not even be a thing that I tell you about. It's just there and I'm calculating it, right? So I don't know. It's just one of those things for me.
And I guess like when I just see role playing that impresses me and just like blows me away, I want to be able to be like, you really impressed me. Good fucking job.
Yeah. That's
and
fair.
then give you something instead of just saying that and then just moving on. Because that kind of makes me feel bad. Because it's like, it's clear that you're really trying. It's like, man, you came up with such a great idea. I want to reward you for that.
Yeah, no, I get that.
The other thing that I think could also help that work is if you get inspiration, and it's more metagamey, but like it's an inspiration that anybody in the group can use.
Dice
you
pool
know what I mean?
Thing.
Yeah, so it's like a dice pool. Right. So that way it's like someone did something really cool and special, so now you can take advantage of that if you either forgot about it or somebody else can use it.
Right.
That way the whole group feels rewarded.
Yeah, I guess so. It would depend on the group. I know.
Yeah.
I get it if it's part of the mechanic, and I would use it in that respect, like in the entire game, right? If that's a base mechanic and it's pre-built in, right?
Yeah.
Technically, inspiration right now is
it's an optional rule, isn't it? Right?
It's technically there and says that if you don't want to use it, you just don't use it, right?
Okay, so it's optional, basically.
It doesn't say it's optional, but it's optional, right?
Yeah.
I know it's there. That's a mechanic to be used as well, and if you're using it as the DM, then I should take advantage of it. I just personally can't, you know.
Yeah, that's fair. Because it's not for everybody.
Exactly.
And I mean, hell, we've been playing Dungeons and Dragons, dice, the devil one.
The devil
we've
one.
We've been playing that for well over like a year and a half, if not 2 years at this point. That's the first time I've ever wanted to give you guys inspiration.
Sure. Yeah.
It shows how good these guys are.
Yeah, we suck. Yeah, no, I get you. Let's see. Yeah, so flaws in 3.5 were actually more detrimental than feats were beneficial mathematically. Yes, that is true. PHB on inspiration. When another player character does something that really contributes to the story in a fun and interesting way, you can give up your inspiration to give that character inspiration. Isn't that player give inspiration? Isn't that the section? Or am I thinking of something else? Only players award inspiration? Is that?
Oh, is it?
Is one of the variants, or it is the variant that's in there.
Interesting.
Rewarding inspiration. Oh, players and inspiration. Right. Yeah. Remember that a player with inspiration can award it to another player. Yes.
That's okay. So you can just do that if you want.
Apparently. Yes. So that is a thing. No, DMG also has a variant for other players. Only players award inspiration. Yes. There you go. Nice. Yeah. I mean, this is the thing. It's in there. You're quoting these things to me. Yep. I'm not going to disagree with you. This is all there. Absolutely. I can't get behind it as much for my own kind of playstyle, you know?
Sure.
Traditionally, we gave XP for good roleplay, but of course, you can't do that with milestone leveling. That's true. But, yeah, I personally, if I do something well and I'm told about it, then I just feel good, and that's all I need, you know?
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's like, then it becomes, for XP especially, then it becomes a fucking math game for whoever's running, right? Because it's like,
true.
Fucking, this guy did real well. Like, I remember in the first iteration that we were doing on my Wednesday group, The first campaign that we were doing XP, and my DM had to calculate all that shit, and I was watching, and every now and again I'd have to remind her, like, you got to do XP, and so it's just one of those things where it's just like, it's a lot, right?
It is.
But if you're willing to do it, like, absolutely do it, right? Like, that's up to you. I just don't.
The thing is with XP and me is that I don't want to. What am I trying to say? The whole deal of people getting like solo XP and then other different kinds of XP and like, they're not there.
Yep.
Somebody's up in another room while there's, they're not present, and then then you have to rework the whole spread.
yeah. No, I get you. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. Player awarding inspiration to another player's base rule in PHB. Give me a page. It's not that I don't believe you. I just want a page so I can reference. So that's interesting.
Reference it.
I like referencing pages.
I know.
It's good.
It is.
Let's see. Provided they have inspiration. Well, the one that I saw was in the DMG. So, with players giving inspiration, I'd definitely be hoarding. Yeah. Well, you can still only have the cap of 1. The cap is still there.
That's the thing.
Like, that's why I say the cap is good.
Yes, the cap, and then also a use it or lose it kind of thing. That's what I would definitely enforce.
Use it or lose it would be fine. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I guess I could give my players Armok points or Lux Bucks. Hell yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Yes.
So let's talk about fixing inspiration.
Hey, perfect time.
The first question is, do you want it at all? Inspiration is what's called narrative currency. It's a resource that players can use to get a little bit more control over the story. But it's weak at doing that, especially compared to fate points in Fate, stress in Blades in the Dark, or edge in Shadowrun.
Okay. Okay. So it's interesting because I agree with you I agree with you that it is less impactful than all of those things, because in all of those other systems, it's a completely different thing.
Yeah, in those systems, usually it's a point that you spend that says this happens.
Yes.
As opposed to inspiration being you have another chance.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the inspiration in 5e is less, I guess, narratively impactful because it is so powerful already. The narrative impact that you're doing in the game, I think, is its own. Like, if you gave the same kind of weight that Fate gives in that kind of thing, the inspiration, it would be completely crazy. So I honestly don't think we can compare them, like, at all, really, because, again, just so much more, absolutely, entirely different. Also off to work. See you, Lux.
Bye.
I know you'll still be around, but, like, I'll see you in a sec. On player giving inspiration to another, page 125. All right. 125. Let me look at this really quick. That is inspiration. Giving inspiration. Typically, DMs reward it when you give, or when you play out your personality traits. Give it to that just says DMs, unless next one maybe using inspiration. Yeah, there it is. Additionally, if you have inspiration, you can reward another player for good role playing, clever thinking, or simply doing something exciting in the game. There you go.
It's neat.
Yeah, it's in there. It's in their base. It actually doesn't have the optional thing in the player's handbook, so it's actually interesting.
Yeah,
because this just says to do it.
Yeah, that's not an option.
Right.
Good thing we're not playing 5e.
Right. Well, you know.
I know. I just
because the DMG really clarifies it, but oh, here we go. There you go. There, the wording. There it is. Inspiration is a rule the dungeon master can use to reward you for playing your character in the way. So there you go. Fair enough. For an extreme example of inspiration system built into the system, see Desolation, Style Points, or any Ubiquity game. I don't know what Ubiquity is.
I guess it's just a system.
I would assume.
Oh,
Describe to me, thank you.
Yes.
D&D is imitating meta-narrative currency. Yes, absolutely it is.
Yes.
It is imitating it as best as it can within the confines of how the system works. Which I'm like, if you're already imitating it and it's not something that really like needs to be there in order for the game to function, then I don't know if it's necessary to put as a thing in your PHB even. It's weird that it's in the PHB as a
like just a straight up rule.
Yeah,
you would think that like if it's interesting that it's in there and it doesn't say check the DMG for more or whatever. It just doesn't even say anything. It just fucking tells you
I think they were released at the same time, like if not within a month of each other. I don't know how they scheduled the releases. It might be that they did the PHB first and then waited a month and did, DMG and all that stuff, but I don't know. Being around depends on how busy it gets, really. Fair enough. Under using inspiration, last sentence, yes. Inspiration is base, or based, either one for you, sure.
Yeah, goddammit, I knew you were going to go there.
Becomes, well, you said base. They said based in the thing, but I don't know if meant base. I don't know. It's whatever you want, sure.
Well,
you
have read The Art of War, right? Sun Tzu. Yes. All warfare is based.
That's right.
And that's it.
That is true. That is all it says.
I fucking hate that quote so much.
Becomes optional in DMG, yes. So, it's always been optional because of the wording, but in the DMG they clarify at least.
Yes.
So I guess that's one thing that I would suggest you get a DMG for clarification, I guess.
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah, holy shit.
Yeah.
We have a reason to own it now.
Yeah, I would say it's a more valid reason to actually get it if you're more experienced.
Yeah, it's just rules clarification.
Yeah. But obviously, if you're new, get it anyway.
Yeah, you may as well.
But like for experienced people, it helps a little bit.
It helps, but it's not necessary.
Yes. Anyway.
So you make the call. Do you want your players to have a narrative currency, or do the dice always have the final say? Either is totally fine, but if you want it, gather round.
Okay.
The thing we want inspiration to be is memorable. There are 4 things I can think of to do.
Okay.
Attach it to something core to the game, make clear the conditions for getting it, let it occupy unique mechanical space, and make it good. Since Wizards didn't connect inspiration to anything mechanically, we have to find something every game has to tie it into.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, I was confused before because I was like, isn't it already part of every roll that you make with a D20? But okay, I see.
Yeah. I didn't understand was make it good, and I'm like,
well, yeah, that is like,
that is, yeah.
Like, I understand that I don't find it good, and that is more of a subjective thing on my end. We've already gone over this.
I think what he may mean in this instance is more that the way you use it actually make it so it is good. Like, good use
probably
of the rule.
Because before he was saying, like, it is bad. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. To be fair, though, I will say that is more a opinion that I have, not a fact that I can point at, right? Like,
yes.
I don't think it's technically, mechanically bad. I think that it's just not something that I want to use in its current state.
It's not for you.
And this also seems to be a video that is in that kind of wheelhouse, where I'm like, okay, maybe this is a way that I can use it better. I don't know.
Earlier, I mentioned tone. If you really want to hang your hat on a unique tone, figure out what your game is about, and like I said, boil it down to a short phrase, and in the first session, put an index card in the center of the table that says it. This world rocks. Chaos is a ladder. That is not dead which can eternal lie. This is also where you can decide that, for example, doing something really funny is something you want to encourage. Just make your tone kind of wacky. Now, whenever a player does something that really lines up with the big label you've put on your game, you, or really anyone at the table, can point to it. And now you're really collaborating on the same kind of story.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so we're already grounding like we're doing both point 1 and point 2 that he's brought up, which is tie it to something mechanical and also make it more clear. And if you want to use it as your tone setting kind of tool, absolutely. That's totally 100% fine with me. I think that that's a better basis that we can have that we can all agree on very easily, you know? So yeah, 100% it can help. I don't think I would use it still in this case, though.
That's fair.
I think establishing the tone is something that I would like to try to do as a DM or as any kind of game master in any system, where I want to give you the tone, but I also think that the players also have that ability to change the tone, right?
Yes.
So I think it's one of those give and takes that we have that we just gotta kind of do. And kind of, I guess, again, it's good for newer players to kind of get them to keep thinking in that kind of setting. And really learn how to have a character in that setting and how they would act. But already I'm like, Already mentioned the DMG is genre emulation. Yes, that is true. And I think that's why he's going for it, why he's hammering it down as one of the things that you can actually just have be your rule for how inspiration works. Instead of having the vagaries of role-playing and stuff like we were talking about before, just using something that is concrete like that is.
Mm-hmm. Now, tone isn't core to the game mechanically, but every game does have a tone, and inspiration is just lying around, waiting for a part of the game to reinforce. And I believe inspiration should reinforce the parts of the game that do not already have a reward. This brings me to the other option I can recommend: trouble. I like trouble as a catch-all circumstance for inspiration. Trouble is core to the game, there's no other reward for it, and it's almost always clear when you've made it. I like it when players make trouble for themselves, when they intentionally have their characters make foolish or even suboptimal decisions.
Sure.
I sometimes feel that as soon as initiative is rolled, the character disappears and they become a game piece. I would love to reward foolhardiness, arrogance, cowardice, and other non-strategic decisions.
Like, again, another great thing to use. Thing to use, absolutely. Especially for newer players, to really get them to see that doing these kinds of things can be fun. And rewarding in its own way. Of course, not every DM is going to do this in the future, so maybe it might teach them some stuff that they might hold on to. And all that. Again, it's something that's good, but I also wouldn't use it. Because I'm like,
because it's just not your thing.
It is, again,
and that's fine.
This is I'm trying to go for these fixes, but I'm also like, okay, this fix is not for me, you know. I don't know what to do with it, because like in the Delta Green campaign, for those of you who haven't seen it, this is your one warning. If it'll be like 5 minutes. In the Delta Green campaign, Brogan was playing Andrew, and Andrew was fucking running away from that fucking dogman at one point, and I was like, yeah, absolutely, you can do that, abso-fucking-lutely. That seems incredibly sensible to me, and something that he would do in the moment.
Oh yeah.
It's not optimal, it's a flaw technically, like, but like I kind of just rolled with it, and I didn't really reward, or I did make him fall on his face, I guess. Like that was his reward, right? Right. Like that's what I did, but there's no, like, I didn't need to, because we're all experienced role players at this point. Like we know what we're doing, and like if that's the decision that he wants to make with that character, even if it's detrimental to the team, technically. Yeah. Like, but I mean, we're all fine with it. First off,
it's still an accurate portrayal of the character.
Exactly. So I'm like, we're already at this point. There's no need for me to reinforce that behavior, because I'm like, yes.
Yeah.
Because players only do that when they feel like it would benefit them, but it nearly always makes a good story. So why not reward players for making a sacrifice in the name of telling a good story? This is like rewarding them for role-playing, but when that role-playing has a mechanical cost, which you can mitigate. Now players don't have to worry about things being cool but suboptimal, risky but fun-sounding, or true to their character but maybe not the correct play.
The other thing that I would say to kind of mitigate this is that you need to give this out at your discretion, because I can see this becoming I have advantage because I did this thing, and I will do something suboptimally after using my advantage in order to get it back. Right?
I think at some point the DM will be like, okay, I can see that you're trying to game the system.
Yeah. Oh no, I agree, and I hope so. I'm just saying,
you would need to be careful about it.
This is something that
especially if it's a new player.
Yes, exactly. This is something that I would say up front in the video itself right now, where I'd be like, just be careful to not overdo it and use your own discretion when using this, because somebody might try to game it and all that kind of stuff. And so but this is the other thing. That's just the way that inspiration is. You have to be kind of fickle with it, right? Like you have to already kind of pick and choose when you do it. This is just giving you specific, I guess, circumstances in order to pick and choose from, which does help a little bit, but I'm also like, it's so vague already.
Yeah.
Yes, again, playing the flaw of the character, yes. Numenera / Cypher system can reward trouble with the GM intrusion technique. Okay. Neat.
GM intrusion, that sounds interesting.
Apparently, yeah.
At the beginning of your game, you could tell players, whenever you make trouble for yourselves, you will get inspiration. This has a great side effect when a player does something that has ramifications they don't know about yet. You get to say, take inspiration, and watch as they panic. Wait, what did I do wrong? How am I in trouble? And that sounds amazing to me. Quick sidebar, if you're just running a dungeon crawl and you want to encourage your players to keep going instead of taking a rest, give them inspiration at the beginning of every encounter after the first. Done. But to make inspiration...
Why? No.
So
too much.
So already, like, Pathfinder kind of has that, but it's every session.
Yeah.
Every encounter would be crazy to me.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Unless you're like the kind of DM who is like a meat grinder DM.
I guess so, yeah. In that
but
case,
even then,
sure.
like you're there to kill the players. Why are you trying to, what are you doing? You know what you're here for, and they know what they're here for. They're here to die.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be too much contention on this with like I'm just going to give them free inspiration every combat. Like that's
that's dumb.
I don't think that benefits anyone except for the players. and it takes I guess unless you plan for it, somehow account for it, by buffing every enemy. But already I'm like, we're already too many steps ahead. Why don't we just give them the encounter that you already like? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of that one.
If it works for you, it works for you, but I don't think so.
Yeah, not for me.
Inspiration truly memorable and a good incentive, it has to do more. What can we add? Advantage can stay, it's elegant, and sometimes it's all you need. But you could make it advantage plus. Maybe you can roll the second die after you've already seen the result of the first. Or maybe inspiration can even supersede disadvantage, allowing you to totally flip the situation. I feel like we've all had disadvantage and rolled a 1 and a 20 and thought, ooh, if only. You could even have the player describe how they turned a seemingly disadvantageous situation to their favor. To make it so casters have something to do, you could allow inspiration to upcast a spell without using the higher spell slot, or perhaps impose disadvantage on a saving throw.
That's too strong.
So they're cool.
Yeah, I'm already fine with it being just advantage, and like the suggestion of having it be a better advantage, quote unquote, right? That's okay with me if we're gonna go this route, I guess.
But then I don't know. It feels like even that just feels too strong.
Yeah, I'm like,
and it would be like, I think if you had like super advantage, people would just be clamoring for it. It's like, oh, can I have inspiration for that? Because like I could really love some inspiration.
So, and this
you can't make it good enough to where people really, really want it.
Yeah, I mean,
It should just be a little bit of icing on the cake. That's it.
Yes, I agree with you there. I think if we make it too good, then we are like just taking away from the game somehow, you know? Like it, because I don't know, man.
Not sure about taking away from the game, but definitely making it a resource that has too much focus put on it.
That's what I mean, I guess. It becomes something that's less about like the encounters and the role play. Well, I guess not really. It really depends on how we frame it. That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't know, man. It's
just I don't like it.
I'm not a fan of it.
It's too strong.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's be real, I don't need inspiration for trouble. I've been told by players they hate when I smile. They know when they found trouble. There you go.
Fair enough.
That's fair. Doesn't adding advantage to disadvantage already become a straight roll? Yes, and that's why I think that it's already good enough the way it is. I'm kind of okay with it being a little better in some circumstances, but I think completely flipping a situation, you're already completely flipping a situation by taking away the disadvantage. I think there's no reason to not to give it even more at that point. Making it more powerful can be tempered by how easy / hard it is to get. Yes, that is true. That is very true.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, I guess, more so in the current, like, if we're using the rules that he's already set down, keeping the tone pretty easy to get, doing something that is suboptimal / troublesome, already pretty easy to get, I guess. That one's a little more unpredictable, so I guess I'm a little better about that one if we want to buff it a little bit, but yeah, I don't know. I guess at that point, if we're gonna buff inspiration to be something that is actually like meaningful, right, to that degree, then we gotta make it so that it's incredibly hard to get, I think.
Yeah.
But anyway,
cool spells are more likely to stick. There's an argument for simply allowing inspiration to impose disadvantage, period. Allowing it.
Yeah, okay. So before we get too far away from it, the upcasting spells is crazy. Don't do that.
No, that's ridiculous.
Like, free upcast, by the way. Yes, one technically free upcast, but again, I guess it really does depend in this point. How easy is it for you to get advantage? How hard is it?
Yeah.
Because again, if we're doing that, it better be fucking hard. Because they are freely making that whatever a 9th level spell, or not technically, because at that point they're already, pretty high.
Yeah, they're already ridiculously strong.
But like, let's say, I don't know, a 1st level spell can then become a 2nd level, which already like doubles its damage and shit, right?
Yeah, or let's just go with an easy one: fireball or lightning bolt.
It's
that
already
additional upcast.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
That's
one for. But still, man, I don't know. Again, I know. Because the problem is, it's less so that you can make it harder to get, and more so that because it's so useful now, people are going to try to get it constantly.
Yeah, it becomes a lot more metagamey.
Yeah, it's gonna alter the composition of the game and the gameplay.
I think so, yeah.
That's the problem.
Another base suggestion on awarding inspiration from D&G. As a rule of thumb, aim to award inspiration to each character about once per session of play. Sure. You can try that. Again, everything from the DMG, if it works for you, Like, I'm not going to dispute any of it, right? I'm not going to say, oh, no, that's terrible, But it is a way to do it. I just,
To be used to protect yourself and your teammates. You could use inspiration to cheat death, cashing it in to spend a hit die without taking a short rest. Hit dice are another underused mechanic in D&D.
Honestly, actually, I'm a lot more okay with that.
The hit die?
Yeah, because I don't know about any of you out there, but in 5e, I rarely take a short rest because unless I need like a spell.
Yeah.
Right?
There's basically no point, effectively.
It really doesn't feel, unless you get something back that's super important to you and you get the time, I guess.
Or you're a warlock.
Right, or you're a warlock, right? Super important to you.
Yeah.
So like, it just, I think that would be good for the healing factor in general, just because I mean it's already really easy to heal. First off, let's not
let's be real
here. It's 5e, but in that way you could make it a lot more of a brutal kind of campaign.
Yeah,
I like that a lot.
The gritty realism.
Yeah.
That thing.
Absolutely. I think it would really benefit that. So you know what? I'm on board with that one. There you go.
Yeah.
You got me.
You got him.
Coffee Lux and their coffee breaks. That's right. That's right.
I saw that video.
What was the other point that he was saying before that? He was saying one other thing. I'm gonna bring it back. There was something else that he said that I want to comment on.
In their favor, to make it so casters have something to do.
It was always imposing, having it instead be a disadvantage imposer. Now I don't know if that means
you can use it to impose disadvantage on an opponent.
Yeah. I hope it's single opponent. I would assume.
I would assume so.
In which case, okay. I
mean, it's kind of
it's kind of the same thing in a way.
I mean, because here's the thing. Now it makes even less sense. I did a cool thing. Now he does bad.
I guess. Well, so it depends contextually. I think at least for me. But again, there is that metagamey part of like, unless I use it in this encounter, when I was fighting those bandits long ago and I did a cool backflip and my DM gave me inspiration, now while I'm fighting these bandits, I can tell that guy, I can do another cool backflip. Well, I can do another cool backflip and maybe get disadvantage to one of them, I guess. Like, I guess contextually, it really depends, because then it becomes specific in my brain of like, I got to do the same thing I did then, because then it would make sense to me for my character to actually be able to get that thing to happen to them. Right, it becomes a lot of thinking on my part, and man, I hate thinking.
Man, we don't like thinking. We're RPG players. We don't like thinking.
Don't like thinking and imagining around here. Jeez.
Yeah, fuck imagination.
You could allow inspiration to upcast a spell without.
His voice kind of reminds me of his voice and cadence reminds me of Matthew Colville.
So their cool spells are more likely to stick. There's an argument for simply allowing inspiration to impose disadvantage, period, allowing it to be used to protect yourself and your teammates. You could use inspiration to cheat death, cashing it in to spend a hit die without taking a short rest.
Quick.
Hit dice are another underused mechanic.
I see what you're saying.
But paired with inspiration, you could have someone who is knocked down, inspiration surging through them, find the will to stand back up and fight on, which is very flavorful for something called inspiration.
Yeah,
While we're basically cribbing Second Win from 4th edition, why not crib the action point? Inspiration could be spent to take an extra action on your turn. This is really powerful, maybe too powerful. But you could make it an
a lot of these are too powerful, but hey.
Cast a spell.
That's the thing. If again, make it very hard to get, or you gotta balance everything accordingly where they kind of need the inspiration, right? Like that. It's just, it really depends on what you do after the fact, once you figure out what you want to do with it.
See, this is why I like Call of Cthulhu, because I don't have to balance shit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Everything's gonna kill you in a couple of seconds. You're supposed to be super
fucking weak.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. An additional action. Yes. Oh, you're gonna write more. I see that comma. Okay, I'm excited.
This would let players do things they might not otherwise for fear of...
An additional action, you say? My fighter thanks you. Yes. Don't worry, I'm already at 4, but I could use another. It's all right.
Wasting an action. Things like interacting with the environment in a clever way, or using a quirky magic item that otherwise wouldn't get much play.
Okay. So if we make it... if we make inspiration into you can use a very mundane action, technically, like if we want to go super raw, I guess, then yeah, I guess then it would be used a lot more. But but
I got inspiration. Awesome. Now I can take another 5-foot step.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
That'd be funny. It'd be great if inspiration was just like garbage. And
I'm
it's
so
like giving it
glad-
out all the time. Well, I don't need this.
I'm so glad I got inspiration. Now I can pick up the broom.
Yeah.
It was in
And just
the
turn
way.
it into a comedy thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Because then the metagaminess doesn't really matter all that much because it's
In that
comedy
way, yeah.
anyway.
Absolutely. That would fit that tone a lot.
Yeah.
What's inspiration? I never ever get that unless we have a bard, says Mog. Hello, Mog, first off.
Aw.
Yeah, it's that additional rule that you sometimes find or sometimes don't in games.
Usually don't.
Usually don't.
How sad.
Yeah. When I think of the word inspiration, I associate it with creating something like art or crafting. In another system, it could just be just be a bonus to creating things like traps, poison, magic items, spells, etc. But 5e doesn't really have any of that. Yeah. I mean, so
Yeah.
like I get why they use it, and it makes sense technically. Like, you're inspired by previous actions to become better at something that you're doing right now. Like,
Yeah.
I get it. It makes sense to me, but
We
it's
just-
also like,
But it's too.
weird.
Yeah, it's too. Something.
For me, it's too vague. Just the way that it is right now, it's too vague. Like,
So okay,
how
let
you
me
get it.
ask you this: how could you, if it's too vague, what would it need to be changed to for you to be okay-er with it? Just out of curiosity.
Well, we've already come up with a couple of things. Where we give it a more solid framework of how you earn it. The ease or difficulty of it being already set, and balanced around. And the I guess the limit to it being one used every session is good for me too, because it's one of those, it becomes more of a moment of inspiration to me.
Yeah, as opposed to I did something 2 weeks ago
and now I have it forever, right? Because
Yeah.
raw, there is no saying of it being reset. at all.
There's no what's the word? No expiration date.
Yes, exactly. So like that's one of my biggest issues with it, because it also caters to that part of my brain of it's too valuable to use. I gotta find the right moment.
Yeah,
you know?
right?
Like it was said before by Lux. It's the
Ethers.
Megalo Elixir that I will use at the final boss. But
Yeah.
wait, what if the final boss has a second phase?
Yeah, and what if
there's a
something
third?
happens after the credits?
And then yes, exactly. What if there's a DLC
what about the new
area?
game plus?
Yeah, new game plus. Exactly. Can I still have it there? You know.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm all about that shit.
Yeah, exactly. So I
hate that.
yeah, oh yeah, it sucks. And I know that's more a personal kind of thing, so it's not going to be for everybody, but that's just how it is for me, you know.
Yeah. Oh no,
and
it's for gamers.
if
Just
it
in
really-
general, I feel.
Yeah, if it really becomes a more use it or lose it kind of thing, then I'm much more willing to use it, because
Because
I'm gonna fucking lose it.
yeah, you're not gonna have it anyway, so may as well.
Exactly. But and then we don't have to change any of the actual mechanical like stuff about it, like in the sense of it gives you advantage on die rolls for d20 rolls. Like
Yeah.
in that case, I'm like, cool, it's fine. Like everything around that makes it work for me better.
Now, how about being able to re-roll any die? So, like damage or a skill check. I mean, I guess you can already do a skill check. but- yeah.
So the
So any
only
dice.
thing that would be affected would be damage,
Yeah, that's true.
right? Like that's the only other thing.
Well,
And-
saves as well.
No, saves are also d20.
Oh shit. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind then. Man, everything's fucking
so-
D20.
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah.
D20 system.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I wouldn't have it be that way, because we can already point to where you make certain abilities useless. In the sense of
Like the halfling thing.
yeah, there's the halfling thing of their inherent lucky thing. There is
Wait, that's inherent just to halflings?
specific halflings.
Oh,
Separate
I didn't.
system.
I thought that was a feat that anybody could get.
There is also the lucky feat, which sucks.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
like the lucky feat. It's too good.
Oh, okay then.
That's why I don't like it. It's just like
fair enough.
if I use feats, that's something people are gonna take. Like it's just it's really fucking good. Which is why I don't use the lucky feat. But I think it's either only to some sub races of halflings, or it is halflings in general. They get 1 per day, I think.
Yeah, Jesus.
Where lucky feat gives you like 3, I think.
Damn.
Yeah, it's a lot. I think it would kind of diminish the way that the wizard, let's see.
The diviner.
Yes, the divination wizard would kind of.
But then you just make a halfling divination wizard with the lucky feat.
That's true. Yes, you would.
Yeah, because that's that whole video that see patching.
Yes, exactly. But you know, it would take away from some of the other kind of things that are in the game if we did it for everything. You know,
just make an entire party of them. God.
Yeah, that's right.
Your luck will run out. All of it.
My main issue with it is that it does nothing more than help or the many ways to give advantage on a roll, so people forget that it exists because there's already other ways to give advantage.
That's very true.
Yeah. And yeah, it is a strange word, yes. So I would rather be a mastermind rogue any day than use inspiration. Because literally I get the help action 30 feet away from me to anybody who can hear me.
What the fuck?
It's really good, but it makes sense the way that
it
works,
does make sense.
You know,
because he's like, you know, he's the guy.
Yeah, he's the guy.
He's Batman, basically.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Except less insufferable, maybe.
But it becomes a bonus action 30 feet away, and then you can still do your stuff. But he's already, you know, he's a rogue, so he's already pretty low on the totem pole of like health and everything else, and he is very much a utility thing, and that is his thing, right? Which I love that shit. I love Mastermind Rogue.
Let's finish this video, and then I have a question for you.
Okay. Oh, lucky is a halfling trait before sub-races. Thank you. Dastingo's been on the shit, on every reference and everything. I appreciate you.
Fucking nerd.
Yes, and I appreciate your nerdiness.
We appreciate it.
Yes. Oh no, my next character, Lucky the Gnome, has been found out. Halfling.
Yeah.
Unless they're called Lucky the Gnome and they're a halfling, in which case
I would love that.
That would be pretty great.
Yeah. It's like naming your dog Cat. Ugh.
Yeah, exactly.
It's great.
While we're cribbing from older editions, why not crib from other games? Let inspiration work like fate points.
No.
Where you can spend them to make declarations about the world.
Yeah, no.
There's
fuck
a secret
you.
Entrance, or there's a chandelier hanging above their head.
Get fucked.
I know.
Legitimately no. That's it. Like if it works for you, sure, whatever. I don't care. That's fine. For me, and for the way that things go, you are just completely taking something that wasn't there and you're putting it in there. And now I have to account for that in my thing that I've done. If I'm playing Fate, in which I'm already in that mindset, which I probably wouldn't be playing Fate first off, because I don't really enjoy Fate, but that's just me. But if I'm in that mindset of like anybody can do that at any time, then I can be okay with it. But in D&D, where we kind of have a lot more rules than Fate, and we kind of have this it's not as rules light, excuse me. It is not as rules light as Fate, so we can't really. I mean, we could, I guess, but it just doesn't.
But Alejo, it's cooperative storytelling.
I know, and I like that. I like that aspect of Fate.
But I want to tell the story too.
You are already. I don't know what to tell you.
This pile of treasure in front of us. What a good story this is. Fuck that.
I don't think it would benefit with the way that D&D is.
Yeah, there are games where that can work.
Like Fate.
Alongside Fate, there's also Paranoia, which I don't know if you know that game.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, that there are actual rules in the game for it to do that. That's a thing there, but in D&D, especially with me, where I have like carefully crafted shit most of the time.
Yeah, you could. Really
that would not happen. That would not work.
Really, it again depends on your table, but like I don't see it working out too well.
Yeah.
This is leaning hard into narrative currency, and the scope of the declarations you allow as GM can modulate the level of influence.
That is fair.
You know what? Absolutely fair. I still don't like it.
Yeah, same. I'm still not going to do it because that's still more work on my part.
Yeah.
You could also steal the Devil's Bargain from Blades in the Dark, where players can ask for an extra die in exchange for an unavoidable cost.
Okay,
my favorite
you know what?
of
Fair
this
enough.
is-
Yeah, no, I like that.
But
I like
again,
risk versus reward things. I
yeah,
do.
but that's still not really. That doesn't really sound like inspiration anymore.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're completely changing what it is. Absolutely.
Yeah, because
and, like,
that's
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's cool. But it's not inspiration anymore. Sorry,
No.
I'm getting attacked by green floating jellyfish. Sorry.
That's fine. You're good. But yeah, no. Like again, I think at this point we're saying fix inspiration by changing it entirely away from being inspiration. Right.
Yeah. So
In which I go,
basically,
sure.
fixing it by pushing it over there.
Right. If we want to completely rewrite how inspiration works, I am totally fine with that. Absolutely. Yeah. If we want to change it from inspiration to Devil's Bargain, as in Blades in the Dark, or we could call it something else like Mephisto's Pact or something, right? Like, you know, just to keep the spirit of it. Like whatever you want at that point, but like we are away from fixing it, we are now just replacing it.
Yeah, now we are just changing it.
Well, changing it would fix it. What I'm saying is we are completely replacing it.
Oh, I guess what I mean is when I say change it, I mean we're changing it completely into something entirely different.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, you can have advantage to seduce this person, but no matter how you roll, you're going to fall in love with them. I can even imagine homebrewing custom uses of inspiration for each of your players, tailored to their character. Maybe the cleric can use it to crit on healing spells and roll double the dice. Maybe the barbarian can inspirage. I don't know what that is, but I want to do it. 2 of my players recently requested a sort of team ultimate, where 2 PCs can pair up for a supercharged attack.
Sure.
And one of the costs in my design for that was 2 points of inspiration.
Sure.
The purpose of inspiration, as stated, is to make the game more enjoyable for everyone. But by making inspiration more memorable, more applicable, and more powerful, it is better suited to succeed as a game element that is itself enjoyable. If this video inspired you to joy or rage, feel free to leave your thoughts in the comments. More videos are sure to come, so make sure to subscribe for more inspiring thoughts. And if you think I sound like I know what I'm talking about, and you want me to pretend to know what I'm talking about for you and your friends, you can play Dungeons & Dragons or other games with me tonight, if you wanted to, at TableTalkGames.com.
When was this video made?
I and other professional GMs like me are chomping at the bit to run games for you. So thanks for watching, and may your inspiration ever flow.
Yeah. Good stuff. I think overall that video is pretty good.
Yeah, it's fine. It is nothing egregious.
No, I wouldn't
just
say so.
some of the concepts are a little bit much.
Yeah, that's my takeaway as well.
Yeah,
I think it's a way to, mostly I think it's a way to make inspiration work for if you're brand new.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like how inspiration is, like for like in base kind of how it is right now, where it works best for people that are brand new, because it's basically a dog treat for your players.
yeah.
Like I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Inspiration.
Yeah, no, it is.
Inspiration is a dog treat for your players.
It's jingling the keys.
It is jingling the keys. Exactly.
It's getting the dopamine.
Yes. So like.
So.
I get it. So you know.
So this is what I wanted to ask earlier. What would, as a player who doesn't like inspiration, player and DM who doesn't like inspiration, what would you like in its place? You know what I mean? Like if you did something cool, and I was like, oh man, that was cool, I want to reward this. What would you accept? What would you like?
Ooh. I see that's
a
bad question for me because I already think that what I did was cool and enough and its own reward. That's my problem, you know? Like, I already think that the being able to be a part of the game and
honestly,
tell the story together and all that, you know.
Would it essentially, the reward essentially be, dude, that was fucking cool?
Yeah, honestly.
That's pretty much the reward?
Yeah, because I just, like, it is for my enjoyment, but it's also for the enjoyment of everybody around the table, right? Like,
fair.
So I think, because more for me, I like entertaining people. Like, that's big part of why I, you know, even started doing YouTube stuff beforehand, right? That's always been a thing for me. So, like, it's just one of those, another way for me to get that, you know?
That's your dopamine.
It is some of my dopamine, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so, you know.
Yeah.
So does inspiration need fixing? I think it does still. In the sense of the use, like
use it or lose it, obviously, is one.
Yeah, so let's I'll lay out exactly what I think it should say for like in the PHB even, because I think the DMG is something that not everybody's going to read. I think the PHB is the thing that everybody's going to read.
Yeah.
I think that it should state that this is, first off, an optional thing. I think that it should give guidelines like it does, which are fine to use, but I also think that it should it's already pretty clear on the fact, at least to me, that it's meant for new players, so I think that should stay. I think that it should also maybe state something about how, I guess, be more clear and open on how it is
how it is to be earned.
Well, no, I think what it needs to be more clear on is that earning it or giving it or all of this stuff is, like, I know it already says that it's up to the DM's discretion, right? But I think so many people, including myself, see that vagueness, right? And it really does kind of spark so much, like, it being too vague. I think it needs to say that based on your table, based on your group, right? Based on the people in your game and how they're going to react to it, that's how you want to determine how to give it and use it, right? I think a lot more in a lot of D&D or in any tabletop game, I think a lot more emphasis needs to be put on the fact that these are rules, yes, but the fact that everything really comes down to how you and your friends or anyone around the table are going to play is what's the most important. You know, because like, I like 3.5. I like how it has all of those rules that we can reference and such. I know not everybody else does, but it's really not up to those rules to, like, force themselves upon you, right? And it's not. It doesn't force them on you. And I don't think it's unclear that, at least to me, and I hope to other people, that it's not unclear that you can use these however you want. You can take out whatever, you can put in whatever, you can change whatever, right? It's always been the case, it's always been there, but I think that it's just something that needs to be stated, like, front and center, you know? In a lot more cases. That would just, I think that would help a lot of people. And I think, and to be fair, I don't think it needs to be said. That's the problem as well.
It's true.
I don't think it needs to be said whatsoever. But for those people that it does need to be said for, having it
needs to be said much more clearly.
It needs to be said, like, verbatim, like, depending on your table.
Yes.
Right? Like, depending on your group. Like, those words just say so much. Right? And that's
because, especially since inspiration tends to be a mechanic that newer groups use.
Yeah.
Usually. I know that there definitely are groups that have been playing for a long time that do still use it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's probably most common among newer ones.
Yes, absolutely. I would bet the farm, if you will. Yeah, I guess that's more an overall kind of thing, because with inspiration, it itself would be fine for me as long as we kind of establish the shit, like, concretely, you know, I guess. And the change, I guess the limit being 1 and that's it, that is something that I would fix inherently. 1 per session, I think, is much better, and it adds an incentive to use it a lot more.
Yes.
It's already, like the incentive is there technically, but I think it would add a bigger incentive, you know?
Yeah. Because that way, at least people know, okay, there's no point hanging on to this.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Because, like, even though you can't stockpile it, I've already explained how my brain works, you know? I will stockpile it, quote unquote.
Yes,
my stockpile of one will stay there, and it will be glorious.
Forever. Yes. And it will be a magnificent thing.
So I guess
it won't be if it fucking goes away.
Exactly, right? Like, the thing that I get every time that I just never use, like, and it could very well end the same way. I just never use it because I might forget about it or something, right? Like,
yeah, that's a big thing. Although that would probably come down to like a DM saying, "Don't forget you do have inspiration." Like,
it could, or it just could be me now having to learn how it works. You know?
Yeah.
But regardless of the fact, that's more a personal thing that I would have to work on, instead of it being the mechanical thing where I'm like, it's just there. It just is, you know, like, and it'll never go away, you know? So that is my one fix. That is my fix then, that I would say overall would fix inspiration for me, like,
is to make it so you can't
have it more than a session.
Yes.
Right? Like, can't have you can have it every session, but it resets.
Yes.
That's what I mean.
It goes away every session, at the end of every session.
I've already overcomplicated it, but yes, that is the change that I think is needed. Okay. So now we've talked about that to death. Let's move on to the next topic, which is death.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
What a fucking shame.
Yeah.
I don't like my own mortality.
Well, neither does 5e.
Indeed. They really hate that.
You can't take it with you. Exactly. So this is Death in D&D Sucks. Here's how to fix it by Icarus Game.
I would say the death in any game kind of sucks.
Well, yeah, but I think, like, and we've talked about it before. Death is something we've talked about in a couple of different times, I think, over the course of the podcast. But death in 5e at least is not common at all. Even though I see death, that's something super common in 5e from Mog. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, right.
Like, it is so uncommon to me that when a character does die, I'm surprised. I'm not like shocked. I'm more just like
holy shit, you died. Fuck.
How?
Yeah.
How
did the fuck are you doing?
That's crazy that could even happen.
So you know what? Since we're starting off and we've already paused it, I have a question for you.
Yeah, ask me your question.
What are your problems with death?
It has a lot less not momentum. Gravitas, I guess, than I think it does in
previous editions.
Yeah, I think so, because it feels like, and I'm not saying that the spells don't exist that allow you to also do this in previous editions. I don't actually remember if Revivify was even a thing in previous editions.
Oh, geez, yeah, I don't know.
I don't think so, but because I think that 5e was the first time I saw it, but I could be wrong.
Which is the one that which is the one that what does Revivify do?
Revivify is
casted it in fucking forever.
Revivify is a 3rd level spell, I believe, that allows you to expend a diamond that's worth, I think
Like
1,000
GP?
gold, or
Oh, I
maybe
thought that was
900.
actual revive.
It might be a revive. I don't know, but regardless, there's a gold cost to the diamond, right?
Yes.
And you expend that in order to instantly bring somebody back from the dead within, I think it's like 5 minutes or 10 minutes or so. Like, it's very short window of time, but it is something that you can prepare for very easily. Third level spell that cures death within 1 minute of death, like 500 gold diamond. There you go.
Okay, so basically, I just want to see somebody yeet themselves off of a cliff because they're like, we have a big fucking party. We got a party of 6, and Featherfall can only affect 5. Fuck. Do we have Revivify? Yeah. Okay. Yeet! And it's like, I'll see you at the bottom, motherfucker! And then they get down there, it's like, ugh, okay, revive him. You know, that'd be funny.
Yeah. Revivify PHP 272. Thank you. But I don't know if it was in previous editions. So, but regardless of that fact, the way that healing works in, and we're talking about 500 gold Featherfall.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yes. The way that healing works, because this is tied in, the way that healing works in 5e is so easy to do. So, it heals you up incredibly fast. With long rests as well, which is okay. Like, I'm like over time I've kind of gotten better with the long rest thing, because it's like you can just do the, like, it depends on the campaign obviously and the tone you want to go for, but overall I think if we just want to have some fun and just keep going and not have to worry about the day to day, we can have a sleep and all our wounds magically heal. But at the same time, all our wounds magically heal. So,
well, dude, I fucking slept.
That's right. I got a nice 8 hours. God, I wish. And and so now all my cuts and bruises are gone. Woo!
Yeah. Dude,
and then
like, fucking sleep, dude. It's great.
Yeah. And then with short rests, you get your hit die back, which, like I said before, I rarely have a short rest happen. It's just not a thing that's come up, really.
Unless you're a warlock.
Unless you're a warlock, or you're a monk, I guess, sometimes.
Can they get key points?
Key points, yeah.
I apologize. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom, but you keep going with that, man.
Yeah. So, that and, let's see, cure spells, those are incredibly, like, cheap and easy to cast, so you can get your health back with a minimal cost. Yes, you do take less, you do have less spell slots and such, but you know, it really, I haven't seen it be super, like, detrimental, at least for the clerics and such. I don't know. Again, it depends, I guess, on the table and the tone. In 5e, I didn't know long rest did a 100% HP recovery. I only knew till after we had a captive NPC suddenly have full HP again. Oh, yeah. See, in that kind of instance, I wouldn't have the NPC do it, at least as the DM myself, because, like, at the same time as when I say, you know, if you can do it, the NPCs and monsters can do it, like, that is something that I usually kind of do, but I also go, for, like, the healing thing, it would just make everything kind of hard to deal with for a lot of situations, you know? So it's a balance thing, kind of thing. But yeah, so overall, with all the things that I was saying, death is very hard to come by. And that's not even talking about, like, some of the abilities, like the fighter's second wind, and is that the only other one that heals? Lay on hands as well with the paladin. Incredibly easy to cast and useful. I think that might be everything that can heal. We have Divine Soul Sorcerer as well, which is not necessarily different from a cleric or anything, but it is still, like, another way to heal. There's a lot of healing in 5e, and I don't see death happening a lot. So, regardless of that fact, I think death's a little less punchy, and the resurrection mechanics don't really pop up in the sense of, like, being that costly raw. Hello, August. How you doing? I don't remember ever seeing Revivify in 3.5. Yeah, I don't think so. Late season 1 of Critical Role, Druid yeets herself off 1,000-foot cliff, takes 300 plus damage, and nearly permanently dies. If it weren't for Revivify, the infamous were basically God's moment. Fun times. That's right. I do remember that. I remember seeing many memes. That was funny. I don't think it was in 3.5. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. But regardless, the way that Resurrection and what is it? Reincarnation, those two spells are like, they feel less punchy as well, because you don't die much, as far as I recall. But anyway, alright, as I've experienced and seen, and everybody kind of knows this at this point. So, Death needs to have, at least, either be more costly, I guess, because yes, you're losing a character, but they can come back pretty quickly. Or, healing needs to be nerfed somehow, which is why, hey, when we talked about 4E, go watch the 100th episode. When we talked about 4E, I was like, hey, expending your hit die pool? I like that. I do remember a spell that prevented you from dropping below 1 HP for 1 round. Yeah, it's the relentless endurance kind of thing, which is something that orcs get as a thing in 5e. So that's another thing that can keep you from dying. Though, I mean, it's only for 1 attack, so potentially it couldn't, right? Like, that one's a lot more situational, I guess, because if you do it at the wrong time, you might just die right after the fact. But, you know, 4e healing surges were dope. Yes, sir. Anyway, here we go.
Death in Dungeons & Dragons can often feel like little more than a minor setback, a bump in the road that characters are barely fazed by. But today I want to tell you about my homebrew resurrection system that gives death the narrative weight that it deserves.
Okay.
This video is sponsored by Tome of Mystical Tattoos.
That's cool. I'm unfortunately... Oh, I guess that was the only mention of it? Okay, sorry.
Sponsored by Tome of Mystical Tattoos, now on Kickstarter. More on them later.
There you go.
Greetings gamers, I'm Anto and I've killed enough players to qualify as a CR10 monster. And recently we had
Nice.
the first death in my Ashk campaign. Hyena, the party sorceress, died in a battle with a bunch of Gith cultists, a dragon, a warsuit. It was a whole mess. It was another classic situation where the players knew that they should cut their losses and run, but they kept trying their luck round after round. The battle itself was absolute chaos, and between them the players went down a total of 9 times over the course of 4 hours, but it was only Hyena who went down and didn't get back up, though it was almost a TPK. One more failed save and it would have been over. So Hyena was dead, and the party decided they wanted to try and bring her back. Now at the time they were only level 4, so they had nothing that they could use to bring her back. It was well beyond their own skills and they needed some help. Now I've played with this group for years, and in my last campaign the afterlife had been taken over by an evil god, and the process of bringing someone back was pretty harrowing, so I was excited to play around with my resurrection mechanics in a world where the afterlife hasn't been turned into the Upside Down from Stranger Things. But before we dive into my mechanics, I want to talk about why I wanted to do this, why I want my own mechanics for death.
Yeah.
Rules is written
Fair.
to bring a character back to life. You cast one of a few spells like Revivify, Raise Dead, or Resurrection. And you
I forgot about Raise Dead. Isn't Raise Dead like the worst thing that you can cast, though? Doesn't that... No. Never mind. I'm thinking something else. So you made death even more harsh? Potentially, right?
pay the material cost for the spell, and then bam, it's over. The character is back up and running, and everybody is happy. Now, this...
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. There's no detriment to coming back from the dead, as far as I'm aware. The only detriment I can remember being a thing was if you use a wish spell to do it, I think. No, because wish spells, unless it's like outside of the wish spell's purview, that's when the DM can go, okay, we take some stuff away. And I guess the DM could, in that sense, also make it so that it's a little harsher when you're trying to raise somebody from the dead. But like, coming back from death, you're just like, damn, I was dead a second ago. Like, and let's be honest, most of the time when people die, in D&D at least, you're like, technically your character is given the choice if they want to come back or not. Have you ever had a character not come back? Because if you have, that's awesome. I want to hear about that story. Because I'm thinking about it sometimes, of like some characters of being like, no, I think it's over. I think I tried. You take penalties for a while that can't be healed. It goes away over time. Is that true? Thank you. Coming back from the dead is an ordeal. The target takes a -4 penalty to all attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks. Oh, that's not that bad. Every time the target finishes a long rest, the penalty is reduced by 1 until it disappears. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so thank you, first off, both of you, Mog and Das. You keeping me honest. Appreciate that. So Raise Dead is the bad one. The one that you don't want to use. Yeah, don't do that. It's bad. But also, like, is it that bad, though? If you're dying, I would assume you're at level 10 or so. Like, because that's the only time where I can think that you might die. Potentially, because of how CR works. I mean, we're going by raw, right? Because the CR system isn't the best. We've talked about this before, too. But, so... early levels, unless we're in, like, super gritty, in which case I would go... Probably it's a little different for how death and stuff works in the campaign anyway. But, like, at level, like, 10 or so, we'll be generous. Let's say you died at level 8, okay? At level 8, I think your proficiency bonus might be 4? I think? It's been a hot minute since I've looked at proficiency bonuses, to be fair. But, regardless, I think you're fine. And, like, it's already, you just take 4 days. Like, and to be fair, could be that those 4 days really matter to the campaign. In which case, good on your DM. I'm glad. But regardless, you could just take 4 days and you're fine. You know? Level 8's a +3. Thank you again. All right. So you're getting at least a -1 to your proficiency entirely overall. But again, depends on stats and all that kind of stuff, but it's not too bad, I would say. But who knows?
Nothing wrong with this, of course, and the material cost baked into some of these spells is sometimes enough to make it a challenge. But I personally feel like the knowledge that so long as you have enough money, you can just keep getting resurrected, it takes a lot of the fear away from death.
Yes, that's also the case, right? So this is how... An easy fix for this is, like, resurrection is hard to come by, in the sense of people aren't able to do shit, right? To be fair, -4 to everything is super harsh when the math is pretty tight. Yeah, and it can be. Absolutely. What I'm saying is it depends on, like, what level you are, I guess. Because at level 8, I think you're going to be fine with a -4 that goes away after 4 days, right? Unless you don't go to sleep that day when you're in the fucking when you've just been resurrected, like, then it could be a problem. But then if you've already taken a nap after the nap, I say, but you know what I mean. If you've taken a sleep after you've been resurrected, you're already at a -0 for your
I see we haven't made it that far in.
That's right.
What's going on?
I'm just talking about how
okay. I thought I should have been scared.
No. So far I'm agreeing with what he's saying.
Taking a long fucking time to agree.
That's right, because I'm going into other things too.
That's true.
Some DMs sadistically arrange a messed up time and economy because of these spells. Yeah, sure. Well, that's fair
like
enough.
The real world.
This is the thing. You have to do something in order to make this actually mean anything, right? We've already been to the point of, like, unless you just, like he said, you can just keep throwing money at the problem and you're fine, like with death. Yeah. So you
like
either have to,
again?
Yes, you either have to, make it harder to access somehow, / not have a party member with it somehow. It's harder to access the resources themselves, or lower money, I guess. Which, fair enough. The economy in D&D has always been fucked. And then, or you just change how death is and how costly it can be to, like, the character, not necessarily monetarily, but, like, somehow.
Like, you lost all your shit.
Well, yeah, could be. In every game I've been in, resurrections type spells have always been super rare. It could just be the groups I've played in, but everyone thinks high fantasy is Conan. Sure, that's a way to do it.
Yeah.
Right now, in my Wednesday group, one of our party did die. It was in a session that I wasn't there for, unfortunately. We're currently resurrecting him tomorrow, actually, technically, because tomorrow's Wednesday, and we had to do like a whole thing to even get to the point where we could do it. We're kind of calling in favors with the royal crown and all this kind of shit, right? Death deserves an inspiration. Maybe. You're kind of dead, so you can't use it. But
yeah. Unless you're using group inspiration.
Oh.
But
I can't give it to your character if your character's not there.
I mean, he's there.
Well, no. Character's kind of, past the pearly gates there.
I mean, yeah, but he's physically
I
there.
know. So we had to call in a bunch of favors and stuff, and we're already, like, at this point, I feel like we're owing a bunch of favors now in return, as well as maybe money, as well as the time that we spent doing this, because there's an overarching plot that is happening. Plus, but I don't know how much of this is actually happening. I know a little bit of it. It probably is, because I have some faith. I have quite a bit of faith in my DM.
Good.
But there's a whole. They could use their inspiration in the afterlife. That's true. Yeah. Hey, they're in Valhalla. They're
in Valhalla. Or
I gotta get advantage on
their afterlife
fucking,
is.
Yeah, whatever.
You're gonna go hang out with fucking Zeus or Thor or whatever. Although not Zeus, he's a shitter.
Yeah,
I'll go hang out with Hades more than I'll hang out with Zeus.
Probably, yeah.
Like a rapey piece of shit. Anyway, go on.
That's true. My Pathfinder game I'm running, people are losing their minds that magic and tech is like fairy tale status. I'm like, I like fucking magic with my dragons. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's fine.
Gain advantage on the roll to go to heaven.
I mean, that'd be pretty great, actually.
And guess what? Fucking dragons everywhere. It literally made it that dragons are an important part of society and immortals' survival. Yeah.
Ooh.
In my Wednesday game, we're in a continent that made a pact with dragons, so they're kind of like their own royal kind of class. That and Dragonborn, but like the dragons have a lot of power. They have a lot of sway because they need sacrifices in order to not kill you, basically. That was the accord of like, they control areas and you have to sacrifice shit to them, whether that be goats, sheep, or whatever, depends on the dragon.
Virgins.
Yeah, it could be, I don't know, so it could, but it's cool. Yeah, do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Anyway, so like he was saying, throw money at the problem, you are okay. Raw.
Yes.
At higher levels, especially, death is really little more than a momentary inconvenience, and not the character-altering event that it really deserves to be, especially when you consider that 5e doesn't give you a huge number of ways to spend your gold as it is, so saving it for multiple resurrections is quite likely. So
that is actually a very good point. Without a crafting kind of inherent system, it's something you'd have to come up with yourself, which you've already got to now determine economics on your own.
Have fun with that.
It
takes civilizations fucking thousands of years to figure that out. You gotta do that in like a week.
You can guess you could try to base it off of the gold that's in the PHB and shit, but man, is that fucked already. So like, you're spending. What are you spending your gold on? Oh, equipment and stuff. No. I mean, magic items also exist. But who's actually like? Unless your game is really high fantasy, I guess. Like, is there gonna be a magic item shop? And if there is, is it like
have fun pricing that? I know I do.
Have you seen the fucking what is it? The magic item tables in the DMG, they're just fucking varies.
They're just trash.
It's not great. you have to then determine where these things fall on in a spectrum. So that's already the
I
economics
wish that
there.
someone would fucking homebrew that.
Oh, there probably is a bunch, to be fair. There probably is a bunch.
Like, just tables and be like, here you go. I homebrewed all the
Mm.
fucking magic item prices. God,
Yeah.
that'd be so nice.
Because
Because everybody does, like, classes and shit.
Yeah. Last time I saw crafting rules were in Xanathar's. So, to an extent. But there's no solid crafting. Like, it's not great with what we have, unfortunately. But
Not
Xanathar's does have... it's more, at least as far as I remember, and you can obviously please give me page numbers and stuff to look at, because I have Xanathar's within arm's reach, thankfully. But yeah, from what I've seen, it's not. 5e economy is fuck. See No Nat's latest vid. I did see it. I haven't watched it yet, but I did see it. Yeah, he talks about how Pathfinder does it better. In which case I go, yes, easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really hope 5.5e fixes magic item costs and what wealth can do for you. Yes.
Is that confirmed, like a 5.5, or are we going straight to 6?
I think it's just the hope at this point.
Okay.
I don't know what they're doing. I don't care what they're doing, honestly.
That's true.
There are a few websites that do pricing out magic items. I feel they're really off because the pricing is super high. Well, that's the thing. Gold, you get a lot of gold in D&D anyway.
Yeah. Depending on your DM.
Yes.
And if they know how to do that shit.
Yes.
Because, they might not know how. Like me.
But yeah, I've definitely seen someone selling a price guide on DM's Guild. There you go. No Net One's video on 5e wealth is fantastic. Oh, I bet. I absolutely bet. Because that guy knows his stuff. I know that guy. He knows things.
Me too. Oh, man.
Anyway.
Our first goal with these homebrew mechanics is to add a greater sense of weight to death. To achieve this, I strip out the spells Raise Dead, Resurrection, and True Resurrection, and replace them with slightly different ones, which we'll talk about in a little bit.
Yeah.
Our next goal is to give the player who died some juicy roleplay thing to bounce off. Just coming back to life like your lamp that got turned off and on again isn't interesting, but being led back from the afterlife by your friend's spirits, that is much cooler. This does mean that you need to have a clear idea of how the afterlife works in your setting, but if you don't already have that, you can steal mine. When someone dies in my setting, their soul goes to the soul realm, the cosmic waiting room where they wait until they go on to the next place. The soul realm is ruled by the deity Alaria the Traveller, and with each turn of the moon, so every month, she departs the soul realm with all the souls that are there and takes them to their final resting place. Now this adds another layer of tension to Resurrection, because now you've got a time limit. You've got until the turning of the moon to get your stuff together and bring your friend back, or they're gone forever. Next, let's talk components.
I mean, a time limit is always a good thing to add to make it have more weight, I would say.
Yeah.
Xanathar's crafting an item rules 128 to 130. All right, let's look. Oh wait, is it over here? Hold up. Wait, where did it go? I had it within arm's reach.
You absolute buffoon.
Oh yeah. Wait, actually, where did it go? Now I'm very confused. Hold up. All right, well, I'll pull up my totally legal copy that I have on my computer here.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of that, did you guys see that D&D Beyond was actually acquired by Wizards of the Coast?
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Disney.
No.
Oh, don't scare me like that. I mean, I wouldn't care, but
yeah, it's just funny. 128. Crafting an item. Okay. In addition to appropriate tools, to determine how many work weeks it takes to create an item, divide its gold piece cost by 50. A character can complete multiple items in a work week if the item's combined cost is 50 gold or lower. Oh.
Okay.
We actually do have some. Oh, crafting magic items even.
Oh my god.
Oh. You know, I never saw... Why did I never see this? Where was this? What, like, section is this? Hold up, let me look. Oh, buying magic items. It has a whole magic item table here. Whoa!
Is it still shitty though? Because the original table was, and that was the problem.
Oh, it does go. Oh wait. Magic item price, asking price would be a D6 plus 1 times 10 gold for common, a D6 times 100 for uncommon, rare, very rare, legendary. Complications. Oh, could be a fake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this one is items acquired, which I assume just means what they have from the tables that you roll from. Okay. Yes, I'm just reading about the complications and availability rules, which is good. Okay, it was under downtime activities.
Oh,
Weird.
That's not a good place to put that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have put that there at all. Because, I mean, yes, it's technically could be a downtime thing, but also,
But you should definitely put that in, either the crafting or the commerce
I would have
section,
put this. I would have put this in the tools section, honestly. With all the shit there.
Yeah, that's another good place to put it.
Just because I've been looking for this shit.
Yeah.
And, when I see downtime stuff, I'm like, well, don't really do downtime in the traditional sense, so.
Yeah. And, to me, downtime doesn't say buying magic items.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
It's just shit that we
That's
do
true,
when we're
actually.
not doing anything else.
Yeah, I would go to a place to buy a magic item, not do a downtime.
Yeah.
Everyone's been looking for that information for years. That's right.
I believe
Downtime, never heard of her.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, well, hey, you've just elevated the fact what I would put as a helpful supplement to something that is more required as a 5e book. Player's Handbook and Xanathar's Guide are now on par for me.
Yeah. Crazy.
Because this is...
Or how about this? It's that one section of Xanathar's.
Yeah, honestly.
Pretty much.
Because, I really like all of Xanathar's, to be fair,
yeah.
So I would say it for any of this. But, yeah, okay. Well, thank you.
Good job.
Das.
You did it.
See, I rely on my memory for a lot of things, and I'm glad that somebody else has a better memory / ability to look at things when I can't remember them. And I'm, doing this. It even has common magic items and stuff here. It gives you more magic items. Very cool. I forgot about this. I remember seeing these, Heward's handy spice pouch.
Nice.
You can just get spices, yeah.
Nice.
It's great.
I'm about
It's
it.
supplemental, and so your players revolt when you use it. Who would do that? That's fucking stupid.
Sounds like shit players.
Yeah. I would recommend Xanathar's as the one supplement book to any player to have. Oh yeah, if you watched our podcast episode on it of the required books, it's Player's Handbook is required, and for me, Xanathar's is a good supplement that you should get. It's not required. You should get it.
Yes.
Anyway,
I think the diamond components are fine, but there's some powerful magic we're performing here, and I want to tell a story with the components of this spell. My line of reasoning here is that you need some kind of reagent to make sure that when your PC's soul comes back into their body actually heals and they don't just become kind of like a sentient corpse. The way I handle this is looking at blood. Blood magic has a long history, it's evocative, and if you were to take the blood of a creature that could regenerate and use it in the spell, well, that makes sense to me as to why it would allow the player to heal after death.
That's
I
fair.
include a creature's blood, usually a Hydra, because Hydra are badass, as one of the components in the spell. So now we're really cooking, building all the layers of that dramatic lasagna. We've got a time limit, we've got a monetary cost.
Dramatic lasagna.
Diamonds, and we've got a heroic quest, finding and slaying the Hydra to use its blood for the
I hope you can do that in a month.
This is much cooler than just casting a spell and being done with it. But before I talk about the ritual I use to resurrect characters in my game, if you're enjoying the content I make, please be sure to subscribe. My goal by the end of 2021 is to hit 25,000 subscribers.
Good time to do it.
Together,
Middle of the video?
we can reach that goal. But at the moment, only 20% of you are subscribed. And while you're down there, check out the free sample pack from my Patreon, where I post all sorts of extra homebrew goodies, including the fancy PDF for these rules. Thanks. I love you. Now back to the video. So once you've got everything together, all your material components, what happens then? Well, now the players need to cast the ritual and get their friend's soul back. If you're familiar with Matt Mercer's variant rules for resurrection, this system will be vaguely familiar to you. To bring a character back, all you have to do is make a resurrection check, but the DC for this check is determined by the player's roleplay during the 3 parts of the ritual: the supplication, the offering, and the anchor. Now, during the supplication, each character must call out to the beyond and make a plea to the guardian to release the deceased character's soul, kind of explaining why they think that the soul deserves to come back to the material realm. Now, this isn't a charisma check or based on any kind of role. It is purely down to the player's roleplay ability and willingness to roleplay. Before the ritual begins, I tell the players, either directly as the DM or via NPC dialogue, that their performance during the supplication and the offering stages is going to make a huge difference on the chances of their friend coming back to life.
Already, like, I mean, before this, like, I was already like, yeah, you've already made it so that if somebody were to die, like, this becomes an event, right?
Yeah.
Which I'm like, yes, absolutely, we need this to be something, because, like you said before,
as it is now, it's just, yeah.
But at this point now we have the involvement of everybody at the table, right? And like you get to now show the depth of the bonds that you might have made so far with your party, you know, and or how, you know, good they are at conveying those kinds of bonds and such. And like, I like the idea of it could not work. I like the idea that it could it could just not happen.
Yeah, it could just fuck up.
Which I'm like, yes, I think that's fantastic, because you're coming back from death. If anybody could do it, everyone would do it.
Yeah.
If it wasn't a process, if it wasn't hard to get these things, if it wasn't hard to actually plead for a soul, like, man. So I'm already like, I'm 100% on board. Like, this spices it up. We just need to be able to get there.
Yeah.
Right? Which we've already talked about healing and stuff. So I would. Oh, right. I might be better with 5e stuff if I ever read the books instead of buying them for their pretty cover art. Yeah.
Fair enough. It is very nice cover art.
It is. What's required now is D&D Beyond. No. I'm sorry, Wizards, but I'm not gonna shill for that. No.
Yeah, we don't.
I'm sorry. Anyway,
I'll also get a sponsorship. In which case,
no, I don't know if I want a D&D Beyond sponsorship. I'll be honest.
You guys have a Raid Shadow Legends one.
I wouldn't want that either. Sentient corpse, funny way of saying undead. Well, so yes, but it's also like, instead of them being mindless, you know. Resurrection spell already has role-playing written into it if the soul is free and willing. But that's only for the person coming back. And then after that, it's like, they're back though.
Yeah, they just come back.
Right, which this makes it something that's actually impactful. Whereas that's like, are you gonna come back?
Let's be honest. It's a player character's soul. They're willing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's why I said before, have you ever had anyone ever go, no?
Nah, I'm good.
Because first off, have you ever had a player die? Right? That's my first step. And then we
step into the light.
We branch off this and we go, if yes, have they ever not wanted to have their character come back? In which case I would go, if they say no, then they probably just didn't like that character and they're totally willing to get that character out of here at that point.
Yeah.
You know? Or their character's done whatever they needed to do. In which case I'd go, fair enough, you know?
Yeah.
But most of the time, and I will, again, bet the farm, they are going to say, I want that character to come back. I'm not done.
Yeah, right?
You know? There are always harmful stereotypes about the formerly living. That's right. Everyone calls us tarnished now.
Oh.
I'll never touch D&D Beyond again. It's just a money sink. Fair enough. It has an avenue for role playing, but people don't use it for meta reasons. So it does have the avenue, but the incentive isn't there, really. Yeah. Like, I would do it if I thought the character would be content with being dead, right? But again, most of the time, I don't think the character is going to be content with being dead.
Yeah, because here's the thing. In most player character situations, they usually died because they were killed.
Yes.
Usually.
Murdered.
And so, yeah, murdered or some form of accident where they're like, well, shit, I want to come back and not fall off the cliff this time. Or I fell off a cliff specifically so I could fucking wake up on the ground easier than climbing. Fuck you.
That's right.
I want to come back.
That's right. But Goku said no when he died to Cell. That's true. He did do that.
It's true.
That's
That's only because he wanted to go on adventures in the fucking afterlife.
That's also true. It becomes a
And
different
he's like,
campaign
hey,
for him.
Gohan, you can handle this. You're the one who killed Cell. And then, fucking Great Saiyaman happened and fucking shoot me. Ugh. God, I hate that.
But the flowers of Elysium are pretty, and that's fair. Like, this is the thing. There's plenty of opportunity, but the problem is that most of the time, and you're right, this is a lot of meta, but like, let's be fair. This is a fair meta reason for them to come back. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Because they don't want to stop playing the character because they like the character, and that's totally a fair, like, because at the end of the day, it's a game.
Yeah,
okay?
it's a game.
It's a game, and
You made the character because you wanted to play it.
Exactly. Usually that is the case, and so I'm fine with this being a meta reason because there is a certain amount of meta that is totally fair.
Yeah,
like that's just inherent because that's the way the game works. But like with this instance, if they just go, well, my character might want to do that, and then I would go, okay, if you want to pursue that with your character, we can get you a new character. That's fine. But then they go, but I really want to keep playing this character, and then I would go, and that's also perfectly fine. Like you can come up with a reason for your character to want to come back then, right? Like I believe that we could, if you can't do it yourself, we can figure this out, right? Yeah. So like, it's just
this is totally doable.
Yeah, 100%. Until the creators had to shill out more Dragon Ball and bought Goku back from God. That's right. Yeah, Goku got tired of Chi-Chi's nagging and same old cooking.
I mean, fucking, she is the true villain of Dragon Ball. Fuck Chi-Chi.
To be fair, that's anyone who has to live with Chi-Chi. There you go.
Yeah.
If you're allowing...
Honestly, what I really want, I just want a goddamn time skip so that way we can fucking chill with Trunks and Goten and like adult Gotenks and fucking Pan and
That's
Bula. Fair. That's all I want.
If you're allowing meta, you're not a DM. Wink. Yeah. There you go. Hey, remember, I never claimed to be a dungeon master. I'm a dungeon gooder at best, maybe.
Yeah, we are an okay.
That's
We're
right.
dungeon okayers.
Definitely at the okay tier. I'm pretty sure Heaven's nice, but I'm really gonna need to come back to play Elden Ring. There you go. I mean, Aiden wanted to come back, so...
Yeah, it's true.
Good one, Pizza Funk. It's not a bad joke. It's funny. I'm sure he'd also appreciate it.
Yeah, no, he'd like. He's down for it. I mean, we talk shit about him dying all the time.
August says you want more Pan vomit face. Oh my god.
Not GT Pan. I never saw a GT, but Pan is canon now in Super.
Oh.
Yeah.
Be careful, Boo. We did get that with GT. There you go. So that's probably why.
That's the thing, because Super, for all its faults, it wasn't as bad as GT.
Yeah, there you go.
Next comes the offering, where the characters must offer an item of theirs to be sacrificed in the ritual fire. This item should be something of value to the character, the more valuable the better, but it doesn't have to be kind of monetarily valuable. Something sentimental would work even better in a lot of cases. And then finally, someone needs to act as an anchor for the dead character's soul. Think of them like the spiritual lighthouse shining out into the beyond. The character who's chosen to be the anchor makes the final resurrection check to determine if the deceased character is brought back to life by rolling a d20. The DC for this final check is 20, and it's lowered by 1 point for each character that has made a satisfying supplication and a worthy offering. If all the players in the party have roleplayed well and made legitimate offerings, the final resurrection check will be much easier, usually between 8 and 12, but there is still some chance of failure there. And then I have one final rule for resurrection that I usually save until the character is revived to drop on my players. And that's you only get 1 second chance. Once you've been brought back once, nothing short of the most powerful wish spells will ever bring you back again. Saving...
Okay. So that could be controversial to some people.
Yes.
But I would say I'm down. I'm 100% down because, again, it gives it a lot more weight. It gives it a lot more importance, and it makes it so that you give a shit about how your character's doing.
Yeah, and you don't, you play very carefully with them. Now,
Well,
will also get to the point, it could
Yes.
get to the point where they are incredibly defensive and protective of that character.
It could get there, and so there is a detriment that could be spawned because of this. But at least for me, I would say that the more risky actions are then, I would think, more satisfying to me, because even though my character would know that they wouldn't be able to come back, if it's something that's very important to them, it means that much more.
It's true.
Because then it's like, I gotta do this, otherwise like this person might die, right? And like I came back, but I can't come back again, but like I don't want that person to die, because maybe they won't be able to come back at all, right? Like it adds more weight to like the world in general, I think.
Yeah.
GT is going to become canon via retcon. Pan will actually be good and turn Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 4 will be a Vegeta only ability because blah blah Saiyan pride, and the Black Star Dragon Balls will be a monkey's paw item in some hidden planet.
I mean, honestly, now we're getting into GT and Dragon Ball. I think that the idea of the Black Star Dragon Balls was actually brilliant. And like all the evil Shenrons, I think that was actually brilliant. The execution of GT was the problem, not the ideas.
Yeah.
The ideas in GT were fine.
That's fair.
Because fucking Super Saiyan 4 is fucking sweet. It's cool as hell. I love Super Saiyan 4. And I mean, Super Saiyan 4 Goku is in like Fighter Z now. He's been in there for a while.
That's right. I forgot about that.
But the Pan has already displayed powers in Super. She's gone into fucking space. She can fly. She's an infant, and she can fly. Or float. Not really fly, but There was a whole episode where Pan was, like, chilling with fucking Beerus, too. Oh, wait, no, it wasn't Beerus. It was Piccolo. Bula. Bula was chilling with Beerus.
Okay.
But, like, I would totally be down for that. And there was something else. There was something else that Did you repeat that?
Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta only.
Vegeta in Super, he gets his own super form. You know how Goku has Ultra Instinct? He gets, because he can't do Ultra Instinct, this is canon, this is not a joke, he gets what's called Ultra Ego. Which is super fucking cool. It's actually super fucking cool because he has so much pride and so much emotion in his fighting that's his ultimate form or whatever. It's Ultra Ego. That's real. It's fucking cool too. And he and Ultra Instinct Goku go at it and they're like, he's actually a bit stronger.
There you go.
It's super cool.
Super 17 was the coolest thing in all of Dragon Ball Fight Me universe, says August. There you go.
I didn't watch GT. I tried to. I couldn't get through the beginning of it, but fucking the Shenrons are cool. And there's cool shit about GT. It's just the execution was god awful.
Yeah. I'm going to agree with Super 17, says Mog. We need a DPC episode now. I know enough tangentially about it, like Z, but and actually I watched a bit of Dragon Ball, but like I barely have any interest in talking about it too much,
Yeah.
Like I'll discuss it. I'm fine with it, but like I don't have anything to add to the conversation really.
Yeah, and I'm the big Dragon Ball guy in the group.
That's right.
Brogan he can never sit down to watch a full anime.
Yeah.
And then Aiden hasn't gotten around to it. He's not super into it.
Yeah.
And I've watched all of it. All of Dragon Ball, all of Z, and all of Super. Don't watch that much of Super. It's not as good. It's pretty bad at times, actually.
That's what I've heard, yeah.
Honestly, I watched it mostly to pay respects.
Sure, yeah, fair enough.
And there is good shit in Super.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's just that, like, it's like 70 or 65% and like 35% fuck yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Because, you have all the Ultra Instinct stuff. That's all fucking sweet.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got Hit, who is super cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then Beerus, who is fucking amazing.
There you go.
And that's pretty much it.
There's your DBZ episode.
Yes. There it is. That's the whole episode.
The whole segment.
Yep.
Ultra Ego is true berserker. All power, no defense.
Yes.
So
it's kind of like that. It's like a direct opposition of Ultra Instinct, which is like ultimate defense and shit.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then later, I'll find the DBZ RPG as an excuse. There you go.
Well, I mean, I think there is one.
There probably is. And then Khan says, was it Kingsmill who has their clerics be linked to the Resurrectee? And then they share an eye color with the cleric, and with that, people generally only have one spare eye. After your first res, you're out. So you're partially right. Yes, it was Kingsmill that had the linked clerics, but it was pieces, I think it was pieces of the soul, and you could only be resurrected by one cleric, or once per cleric. I think it was.
Because they've only got enough soul to spare.
Yes, exactly. Plan on watching DBZ abridged all the way through sometime. I watched it, like, most of the way, and then I stopped, because I was like, I get it.
Yeah, it definitely falls off.
Oh, I bet. That's long series usually do, unfortunately.
Yeah, the best, if you want to get, like, the best of the best, watch the Frieza saga. I want to say from, like, episode 11 to episode 30, if I remember correctly.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
This reveal until after the character is back with the living carries a lot more weight, I think, because you're saying, right, everything worked out okay this time, but that's all you get. Waiting until the players have been through the ordeal to resurrect their comrade to drop this rule makes the group collectively stop and go, oh, we just had to go through all that stress and danger to pull off this resurrection, but it's not something that we can repeat. And that can really help make them a little less reckless going forward. So those are my rules for resurrection. We've got a time limit that adds the ticking clock drama. We've got a monetary cost.
I would also say, before the like establishing this in your session 0.
Yes, very important.
Like, it's incredibly important. I think honestly, dropping the fact that you can only do it once as well is also incredibly important. For you to do in session 0. Like, I get if it works for your table, for Icarus's table at least, to not do that, that's fine. I wouldn't like not being told that in the beginning, because then it's like it completely changes everything from that point on, and sometimes that's fine, but sometimes I don't know, it really depends, I guess.
It's okay if the characters don't know that, but the players absolutely need to know that.
Yes, exactly. And so I would say that with this as well, I think it helps with the trying to get the characters to bond. Like I said before, it shows off the bonds when you do it, but having them know that this is the mechanic and this is how this works, and it is something to do with how they profess to the spirit keeper, if you will, and that could be from a place of whatever, but like the bond itself is probably where that's going to come from, like how their relationship is with these characters, right? It would help with the I guess it wouldn't be so natural, quote unquote, but it would help with making a more believable kind of bond between the characters, because I've complained about it before, and I know Aiden has too, the puppy dog party, if you will, the puppy dog syndrome that all the party gets, where they're just together because they are and they know each other and they just want to follow each other around, right? And in multiple campaigns that I've been in sometimes you have the characters that just don't want to bond at all.
Yeah.
And this kind of helps with the players kind of realizing that they need to kind of make that happen a little bit with their edgy loner boy.
Yeah. Because it's like, hey, you know how you're kind of diving? Yeah, you're going to need to be nice with us. Otherwise, we literally will not be able to bring you back when you get that dagger up the ass.
Yeah, it makes it incredibly hard at that point.
Yeah.
Revivify, Raise Dead, and Resurrection also have time limits, even True Resurrection, yes.
Yes.
That's all I can say to that. Sorry.
Yes.
You're right. Come to think of it, do death effects still prevent resurrection in 5e? For certain spells, yes.
Yeah.
Like, or disintegration at least. I can't remember if they all did in 3.5. Yeah,
I don't know if Power Word Kill does.
No, that
Don't
one just
think
kills
so.
you. I'm pretty sure.
I think you're pretty much just fine, basically.
Yeah. With Resurrection, I believe the spell itself is like you need to have a piece of them.
Yeah.
Whether it be ashes or a body part or any of that stuff.
Yeah.
With True Resurrection, I don't think you need anything.
Yeah.
With Raised Dead, I think you need a piece.
I think you need the whole body for Raised Dead, don't you?
It might be. I actually can't remember.
Or at least the corpse. Because the thing is, with Raised Dead,
Yeah.
I don't think that's one that resurrects you. It just makes undead, doesn't it?
No. Raised Dead, it was put before. It does resurrect you, but you have penalties for 4 days.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There you go. Das says, Soul Cage, while soul is trapped, the dead humanoid it came from can't be revived.
Ah.
That's also one of them.
There's
a few different conditions, quote unquote, if you will, that do
Bubble
prevent.
Planet. There's bubbles. Sorry.
Good. There was Finger of Death, I think. I don't remember what. I can look at my app. It tells me spells. Don't worry, I'll get you. Here. Let me tell you what 5e Finger of Death does. Real quick.
It's like the 10 billion years of pain from Naruto.
That's right. That is true.
It's Bubble Planet. Holy shit. Giant bubbles everywhere. That's amazing.
Finger of Death. 7th level necromancy spell. Targets must make a thing or fucking
die.
Oh, okay. Humanoid killed by this spell rises at the start of your next turn as a zombie that is permanently under your command, following your verbal orders to the best of its ability. So I would assume that after you kill the man and the zombie, that you could then use the body, but I don't know. I would assume though.
Sounds messy.
It sounds gross. But anyway.
Why are there
We've got
bubbles?
an epic adventure to slay a magical beast for the spell, and then we've got a dramatic roleplay moment in which the players call out to the beyond and make offerings to try and get their friend back. You always get some players who don't care if their characters die, but I think a system like this helps the players consider their actions a little bit more carefully if they know they can't just bounce back up. If you want to get my death and resurrection rules in a fancy PDF, you can sign up to my Patreon down in the link below. You've got loads more, including game aids, adventures, maps, and more. And
I don't want aids, though.
$1 will get you access to the private area of my Discord server, where you can vote on future video topics. Magical tattoos are one of my favourite ways to incorporate magic into a character, or make characters feel more unique, which is why I'm really pleased that this episode is sponsored by Nat Ones and the Tome of Mystical.
Yes, and I'm glad that they sponsored you. But I thought we were going to talk about. Okay, good. We're getting back. Okay, cool.
Incorporate into your game. The book is fully
mid-roll ad, basically,
including the kinds of tattoos we got in last year's Tasha's Cauldron of Everything.
Jesus,
it's way too loud in my left ear.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
The book will also include
scared me.
dozens of new illustrations to spark your imagination.
Oh,
and
this is more of that. Okay.
Well, okay. So the last.
I thought it was about
whole...
Tasha's. Okay. I guess here maybe.
As well as how it looks on the body. Now I love.
Okay.
Nope.
No, that's more.
That's it.
Well,
because there's not much video left.
I thought he was going to talk about something else. Wait, what's this? Oh, Kickstarter. I assume for the book.
Fucking.
Okay. Well, I'll let him do his outro, I guess.
Project is running until January 17th.
Oh yeah, that's for the.
And you can back it using the link down in the description below.
By the way, if the link will be in the VOD when this goes up, so if you want to go and find out more about the sponsor or any of this stuff, like you can go to the video. So you, one, give the guy a view, and two, can go look for the things about it. But I would highly suggest doing so if you have any interest in magical tattoos in D&D, because they're cool, and this seems to be a thing about it. So.
Thanks again to Nat Wens for supporting the channel and what I do. I'd love to hear how you handle death and resurrection in your game in the comments below, and if you want to keep watching, check out my series on building an entire homebrew campaign right over there. But until next time, happy gaming.
Cool.
This planet is so fucking cool.
I could have sworn he said he was going to go over another thing, but he never did.
Maybe it would be in another video?
Might be in another video, yeah.
There's also better resurrection there?
Yeah.
In the suggested?
That might be, I think that might be what I was looking for, but so then he must have said it in a different video.
No.
Okay, well, fair enough. We can go over that at some other point then.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think doing that kind of system to add more stakes to death is good. I think adding stakes to death is good.
Yes.
Because most of the time it doesn't really do anything.
Yeah. I think I'd rather have pork tenderloins, but
very good. Wow, they buffed that one. Usually once someone has been undead, they can't be restored to true life. Yeah, I think it's might be, I don't know if it's different in 5e. Again, to be fair, I haven't really committed it to my brain, because death very, very often is not a issue.
Yeah, it's very rare that it is an actual concern.
Only true resurrection talks about creating a new body. Everything talks about touch a dead creature. Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I figured. And then wish also can do that, but that's obvious, right? Anyway, we're at midpoint. Wow. Ways into midpoint. We got one more video, but I figured it's probably a good time to say hello to the patrons. So,
hello, the patrons.
Hello, the patrons. Let's get that up really quick here. Now I don't have my new chair in yet. It was supposed to come in today, and then it switched to tomorrow, so I'm like manually swiveling my body, which sucks.
Rip.
Yep. So I'm kind of in pain, but hey, whatever.
Oh.
I do it for the show. So, hey, you out there, welcome.
Yeah.
I hope you're having a great time. Also,
I'm having an okay time.
Well,
on a bubble planet.
Well, I will also say, hey, we have a Patreon. We have lovely patrons who have helped get us to the Dice Fund.
Indeed.
The goal. And I will say, we have reached the goal thanks to you guys as well as Uncle Sam. because tax returns, man, they're nice.
Yes.
But you guys actually got us most of the way. I will tell you that. So we it was dice are expensive.
Indeed.
But hopefully in about 4 to 6 months, that was the projected time.
Woo!
Yeah, that's the projected time that he gave me. But in 4 to 6 months, there will be official TableTalk dice. TableTalk
Long time
discussion.
to pour fucking plastic into a goddamn mold.
Hey man, they got to do the etchings, they got to do the engravings, all that.
Are
kind
they
of
engraved
shit.
and etched?
Apparently, and they're putting the filling the colors and shit. Dude, I don't fucking know. You think I can understand anything? Anyway, regardless of that fact, regardless of the fact that I'm an idiot, I'm in talks with the guy. Hopefully he gets in touch with me tomorrow and we can finalize some shit. But that will be, and I will announce it on the Discord and in the Twitter and on the YouTube post thing when it's for certain that the deal has gone through and the money has been spent.
Yes.
And you guys, those of you who are in the Patreon right now, you will be getting a free set of dice. That is 100% factual. You will get one of these. I will ask you for your address either on Discord or through the Patreon. So if you're watching this in VOD form right now and you're not in the chat, pay attention to your Discord and or Patreon, please, for a message from me, because I will ask you for your address once.
And if you don't answer it the day he sends it, your dice will be burned.
That's not true. No, I will just I'll send you a couple of messages if I don't hear back from you in like a week or so, and then
we'll send more.
and then I'll just keep your dice for a while, I guess.
Yeah. Always use more dice.
I guess. I'm gonna be getting a PO box and everything. And so that I can have that be the return address, because using my real address is probably not a good idea.
Yeah, probably not.
But whatever.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that point. But again, thank you so much to all the patrons, as well as the donations that came in before as well. Can't forget to say that there have been plenty of donations from you guys, and you know. Yeah, it's all really appreciated. I was hoping to get this shit out at some point, and we finally are at the point where we can. There'll only be after all the ones that I've gotten for the ones who get it for free, technically, for no additional cost, I guess is a better way to put it. After patrons and also us, because we also get free dice, obviously. Don't worry, those ones are paid for by me. You don't have to worry about the ones that are going to us. I paid for those. But regardless of that fact, there'll be only 100 of these sets. Only 100 after this fact. So I'll put them up on the website, and I'll do all that shit. And I'll promote them and shit. But there will only be 100, and after those 100, probably not going to make another set for a long while. Because this took a long while to get to, first off, and second off, the next set would probably be somewhat different somehow. But right now, this is what we got. So, anyway, I've said enough about the dice. Let me thank the patrons specifically. That is, going from the top, Draco Kraken, thank you, at tier 4. Mog Zero, also at tier 4, thank you. Rick, aka Unit Rico, also at tier 4. Thank you very much. Slazer at tier 4. Thank you as well. Steely at tier 4. Thank you. Drake Cross at tier 3. Thank you as well. Chris at tier 2. Thank you. Frozen Spaghetti at tier 2. Thank you. Kill Chrono at tier 2. Thank you so much. And last but not least, of course, Reptile Commander Lux. Thank you as well at tier 2. Appreciate you all. You're getting free dice. Well,
yes.
Dice at no additional cost to you.
Yes.
Is a better way to put it. But yeah, thanks for getting us there, guys. Really appreciate it. And obviously, of course, it couldn't be overstated as well. Those of you who have subscribed and watched all the things and liked and commented and everything, just hung out with us in the chat even for a minute or two. It's fucking, you also are the reason why we can do this, because the audience is, half the reason why we fucking do it.
We do this for the views.
That's not
and the
what
audience
I'm saying.
who view us.
Wait a minute. There's a couple other
I wish
things
they'd fucking finish Baldur's Gate 3 already.
No, they'll never do it. I'm
I
never
know.
gonna buy it now at this point.
Yeah, it sucks.
There was a spell that let you keep a clone body somewhere you can resurrect into if you die, but I forget what it's called. I know exactly the spell you're talking about. But
Yes,
I,
I know as
remember
well.
Either.
Simulacrum?
No, Simulacrum
No.
was a fake copy of you that's just there, that it's made of like snow and ice, or not snow and ice, but it is just a fake copy of you that you can control.
Yeah.
But you can't like resurrect into it. It is called clone. Well, there you go.
Oh, okay, it's fun. Yeah, I knew that.
There, I'm sure you did. I could look these things up, but the YouTube app on my phone will stop playing if I open anything else. Mug says, "My dice don't kill the children." Don't worry, I won't burn them, I promise. Anyway, of course, the other ways that you can support us is getting a shirt with our logo on it, which has been revised as per request.
Yeah, so that way you're not wearing
because
a shirt on it.
because it might have had a certain boy on it that looked a little bit like a certain schmeezler. And
someone who did nothing wrong. I know.
No. Oh
Yeah,
God.
No.
But
he was very
so.
wrong.
Well, yes, very wrong. So we have updated it, and in future we'll figure out what we're doing with that stuff and be more conscientious.
Yeah. We need to get Aiden to just fucking move on from that goddamn moniker.
Well, he wants the moniker, and I'm fine with the moniker. It's just the representation needs to be different. That's all.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with that. And I told him, I'll fucking upfront it. So once he figures that out, hey, it's fine.
Yeah.
Anyway. So there's that, and a percentage of it goes to the artist. It resembles our old logo. For Steely is the only one who bought that off Redbubble, if you remember. Back when we had that, and this one's a little more a little less angular. Because that's what I wanted from the logo.
Oh, so it's a fucking simplified logo?
No, I mean, it was already simplified and simplistic, but it feels less sharp around the edges. And I just the original one was like a lot more pronounced in the edges, I think. So anyway, so that's there over on TeePublic. You can get it on What the Fuck Ever. That is sold there.
Poison cyclones. What?
That's right. And
holy hell, it's a bubble planet. Sorry, go on.
You're good. Last but not least, there is Humble Bundle, which will be in the description actually right now, and in the VOD, of course. Using our link, you can go anywhere on the store and buy things through it and support us with a couple of bucks, or a few pennies, depending, and as well as supporting us, you support Tabletop Alliance, link in the description as well. A charity that uses tabletop stuff in order to promote communities and all of that good charity shit. You can look at their website for more information. It's there.
Yes.
I'm not good at selling things. So
indeed. That's why we only sold one shirt.
That's right. So that being the case, we are going to move on from this and go to the last video here.
Oh boy.
The last video, of course, being the one on Spare the Dying.
Okay.
Now, I don't know about you, but I think Spare the Dying's fine. I don't understand why anybody would have a problem with it.
Yeah, remind me exactly what Spare the Dying does. Again, I haven't fucking played in forever.
I understand. So in 5e, there is a cantrip that you can get. As a cleric or a specific druid, I believe.
Cleric. I mean, a druid of the fucking.
I think
keep
it's
people alive.
Spore druid or something. I don't remember. No, maybe not. I don't know.
Of course, it's the fucking mold one that has all the healing.
There's specific things that can get it. There's also a specific cleric that gets a bonus to it when they get it. But
interesting.
And it is usually just base form. It is a touch spell that if there's somebody dying, you touch them, and they stop.
They stabilize,
dying.
right?
Yeah, they stabilize,
okay.
exactly. And so you can prevent people from dying. And the special cleric, I think, gets a 30-foot range to it when they have it. But that's nice. They're the only ones that get that.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine as a spell. My issue is that, I guess it's it's more the issue of the death and the healing and stuff, more so than the spell. Right?
It's a living bubble animal thing that's like dripping weird red stuff.
That's good.
Anyway,
it's just stabilized. Yes, it is just stabilized, but it's just a spell for it instead of it takes your action, I believe. Grave Cleric. There you go. Grave Cleric's the one that I'm thinking. The only good cleric since I'm biased. Fair enough. Yeah, I like Grave Cleric a lot. You mean that guy that's stuck in the bunker, always getting trolled by Jill?
Huh?
But I don't know how to say the name. It's the Fegellein. I don't know how to say the name.
Flagellant?
I don't know. It's the guy in
Copy paste it.
Yeah, hold up.
Paste that shit.
Is I don't know German.
Oh, German. Fegellein.
There you go. Sure.
Yeah.
I'm
Fegellein.
sorry. Anyway,
No, you're good. You don't watch Hitler parodies, man.
It's true. I've never seen that. I've never seen that name. Anyway, but yeah, I've heard more people had problems with Healing Word. Yeah. Oh yeah, Healing Word is one of the ones. But that's Healing Word. The problem that I have with Healing Words just is because of the system itself and how healing is done. That's about it, right? I don't have that much of a problem with the spell itself. I think it's fine as a spell, but I just think healing in general is just too easy. And I talked about that before when we were talking about death. So, or heal minor wounds from 3.5. Yes. Yep. That's also the same thing. Excuse me. Yeah. Grave Cleric makes it 30 foot and a bonus action. That's right.
Oh.
Yeah. It makes it much better, but only the Grave Cleric gets that. And again, it is only for stabilizing. It doesn't get you up. So,
yeah,
I think it's fine. But according to How to D&D, a channel that we have covered in the past, actually. I forget what it was, but according to How to D&D, there's a problem. Don't worry about that. It's an opening joke bit. Okay, it doesn't take very long.
Yeah, that's fair.
This is How to D&D with fixing Spare the Dying in Dungeons & Dragons 5e. Stabilizes the name of a spell in Pathfinder that automatically stabilizes a dying creature. Well, there you go. Yeah, it's the same kind of thing. But this is a cantrip, so you can do it as many times as you want in 5e at least. But if you're not a Grave Cleric, it is your action, so, it's costly. Anyway.
Hi, welcome to How to D&D. My name is Fred Wheeler, and today I will talk about Dungeons and Dragons. And the topic for today is, are you an orangutan? No, it's not. It's got nothing to do with that whatsoever. No, we're talking Dungeons and Dragons.
I like the image, but
Spare the Dying in Dungeons and Dragons 5e. Ho ho! What a topic to talk about. I can see the comments are going to be flying hard and fast with this one. But I'm going to make it clear. I do believe that Spare the Dying does need fixing.
Okay.
If you are the kind of person who believes there are no problems with Spare the Dying, this is the wrong video and topic for you.
Why?
And you should go and watch one of my other videos, not this video, because this video is very much about trying to fix Spare the Dying.
So I would hope that in your video about trying to fix it, you would explain to those people that don't think there's anything wrong with Spare the Dying as to why there is something wrong with Spare the Dying.
Yeah, that's kind of the
this is
thing.
Antithetical to the whole point of the video, I would think.
Yeah, why are you trying? What? Yeah.
I guess he just doesn't want to convince anybody. So this is only
either that or he just doesn't want the argument.
I guess, but at this point, then it's just an.
But then why have the video?
Yeah, it's just an echo chamber at that point. Like, why?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, no, it's dumb.
Fuck
these portals, damn it!
It's also
ruining my view of the bubbles.
It's also a cantrip in Pathfinder. Well, technically in Orison, which is what level 0 divine spells are called. Oh, okay.
Oh,
cool.
Orison?
Orison.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I assume that's Pathfinder 1. I don't know. I don't remember it being in Pathfinder 2, so I assume you're talking about 1. Yeah. Anyway.
I will offer 5 variant rules for Spare the Dying and a bonus tip at the very end. So stick around to the very
tips
end
usually
so
are
you
at
can
the
see
end.
what I have to say about Spare the Dying.
Nice.
God damn it. Sorry.
Now, if you want to look for Spare the Dying, you will find it on page 277 of the Player's Handbook. Yes. And basically, this spell is a cantrip. It has a casting time of 1 action. It's touch. You have to get it right up close. It has a verbal somatic component. It's instantaneous. Necromancy is the school. And it is classified as a type of healing. Mm-hmm. You can touch a living creature that has 0 hit points. That means they still have to be living. They can't be dead. The creature becomes stable. This spell has no effect on undead or constructs. Mm-hmm. And that is a very simple spell.
Yes.
But tied in there are a whole bunch of problems. And what I would like to do is I would like to pull this apart for you just a bit.
Thank you.
So why does the Spare the Dying cantrip need fixing? Why do we even go there? I'm going to give you the reasons I think it needs to be fixed. And then, of course, you will have to weigh in later on.
Thank you.
First off, the Healer's Kit does the same thing for 5 gold pieces. Not expensive. A first level character can do this. You can use it 10 times. And all you do is a medicine check and automatically stabilize a creature as an action.
Now, don't you have to succeed the medicine check?
I was going to say you need to have a 10 in your medicine check, I believe, but I will check really quick here now.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet that you need to succeed the check. You don't just automatically do it.
Yeah, Player's Handbook I go to, and then I scroll to... I scroll, fuck it. In my very legal copy that I have somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where else would you have it?
That's
right. Of course, it'd be somewhere else.
That's true. Healer's Kit. So let's see. Is it not under tools? That's the Herbalism Kit. That's weird. Okay, maybe it's before that. In the actual equipment. Yeah, here we go. Okay. No. Oh, no, it's true.
So you just do it.
Yeah, as it's just you expend an action and you get to stabilize without needing to make a medicine check. Okay.
Oh.
10 uses. You're right.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Oh, well, there's Das as well. Thank you. Just found it. Thank you. They used to call cleric cantrips orisons in 3.x. Oh.
Interesting.
Didn't know that. Okay. That makes sense then the Pathfinder would do it because they adopted 3.0's stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, so okay, so so far the argument is that it makes it irrelevant when you can just spend 5 gold to do it for any character. In which case I would then say I'm saving 5 gold, my friend.
Yeah, that's 5 gold I can save. But but to be fair,
but I will say, yes, it does take away a bit of the appeal to it. I understand this. I would say that Climber's Kit would also do the same thing, in the sense of, I guess, Spider Climb. Though Spider Climb is a lot more a lot better as utility in use of a spell, and it costs. So I guess Climber's Kit would be better in that case for like a actual climb up a mountain, while Spider Climb is better for inside of like a dungeon when you need to get somewhere, and you actually need to spend the resource, whereas the Climber's Kit is more situational. So yeah, okay. Overall, as far as this point goes, I understand, and I think you're right about it a little bit.
Yeah.
So
far so good.
Yeah. 1 save cantrip slot. Yeah, exactly. 5 cantrips max. Yeah, for a cleric.
That's the bigger thing.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely fair. I think this is an absolutely fair point.
Yeah, this is completely fair.
What I will say though is that for a grave cleric, at least for that subclass, that it becomes a lot more valuable to have it. So, but one subclass out of every cleric, subclass is not enough for it to outweigh this, obviously, because anybody can get this, whilst one subclass gets a cool thing, right? There are a lot of spells that let you do things you could do in other ways. It's true, but for this one, I think he has a very valid point that this is it's much easier to get this.
Yeah,
5 gold is nothing in 5e. Let's be fair.
Yeah, it's true.
Exactly the same thing as the cantrip, and all you do is buy this renewables resource. It's something that it's a limited resource that you can keep buying. It's not an issue. It's not expensive. You can buy them anywhere. The Healer's Kit is basic adventuring gear. That means anybody can use it and anybody can buy it. So that's the biggest problem with Spare the Dying as far as I see it.
Yeah.
The Spare the Dying cantrip, it only stabilizes a dying creature. It does not actually bring them conscious. They're still unconscious. They're not dying anymore, but they're just still lying on the ground there, really doing nothing.
Oh, is that the second point?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so I don't see an issue.
Yeah, there's I mean, that's what the spell does. It fucking it stabilizes. It does not revive.
Right. I think if you
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I think it's more a for the way that 5e is raw, I think that it's probably used more so if you don't have any healing left.
Yeah.
Right? And you're not technically in combat sometimes. Like it depends, I guess, but I think it's fine that it doesn't heal anybody. It's a cantrip. As a cantrip, I think if it healed, that'd be bad.
Yeah, because you really don't want that.
No, I don't think so. Depends on how the DM wants to fuck up the economically. That's also true. That is very true. But I also think that it really let's go at least from this perspective. For our perspective from looking at it, let's just go with the raw kind of rules and how things work with like D&D in general, and in most cases, I would say that it's safe to assume that in most tables 5 gold is not a lot.
Yeah.
Though again, I won't deny that in fringe cases, absolutely you're correct. Could be that there are some sticklers for gold in that case, or could be that these things don't exist, right? Like we can make up any scenario, but I think let's go in this case. It's safer to go with the general, like overall, most common. In terms of access, if not cost, yeah. That's true. Cantrips are more limited in which ones you can get in 5e. Yes, that is also true. Oh no, Bambi, too soon. I know, man. I know.
You might want to use this on an NPC to save their life. You most likely can't stabilize a non-player character or a monster or a creature or a beast if your dungeon master has them die when they reach 0 hit points, which frankly is the standard operating procedure for most dungeon masters and is the standard operating procedure listed in the player's handbook.
Yeah, that's the thing. I would say that this is totally a fair point in the sense of most of the time when the creature is dead, the creature is dead. For an NPC.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can't. Of course, you can't spare the dying. Someone's dead.
Right. Exactly. So while I agree with that point, I also then go, but sometimes though.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's not the case. But again, I understand, like...
Yeah, I get the idea, but like...
Yes. I don't think this is a strong argument.
No, this is a stupid... In my opinion, this is a stupid argument, because it's like... because you can't stabilize the creature because I want to kill it. It's like, well, too bad. I fucking cast Spare the Dying on it, and now it's not gonna just die. It's stabilized.
In some cases, I think... As a DM, I would either allow or not allow this to work, right?
I guess.
I think it really depends on how, like, if the party themselves want to spare the dying every kind of like thing that they come across, like
then eventually,
So what I mean is, if their intention is to not kill people. Right.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
In that case, I go, okay, yeah, let's do it. Right. This all depends on the table. Right. Yeah. That's my ultimate point here. It really depends on the table, the DM, how the campaign is going to go. Because if it's going to be more of a realistic kind of thing, they're probably going to be dead. You probably can't get them back. But if we're going to be a little bit more loose about it, and we're going to have these people like kind of not want to kill people or just any variation of that fact, then yeah, sure, let's do it. You know. So ultimately, most cases, you're right, they're dead, but
you're like, kind of right for the wrong reason.
Like, I don't even know why it would be brought up in this case, because if they're gonna be spare the dying an NPC, the DMs might allow it just because they're expending that kind of, like, I know it's not expending a resource, but they're expending like the time
they're choosing. It's like, I want to cast a spell to make sure this thing doesn't die.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm
pretty sure most DMs would be like, oh, okay, sure, they live.
Yeah, or
at least they're stabilized.
Stabilized, exactly. Heal minor wounds healed 1 HP and 3.5, but you didn't have unlimited uses per day of cantrips in that edition. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
True, by Raw, knocking out someone has to be mentioned. Yes, true. Do NPCs die immediately at 0 HP and 5e normally? By Raw, yes. Most DMs have a monster die that the instant it drops to 0 HP, rather than having it fall unconscious and make death saving throws. PHB 198. There you go.
Yeah, it is true.
Yep, it's true.
Yeah.
I would totally allow it. I like it when PCs aren't murder hobos. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is the thing. He's technically right. If we, again, I guess if we go by Raw and we're going from this perspective, you're right. But why then? Why would we care at that point?
Yeah.
Right? Because if we're going by Raw, that was an enemy, it's dead.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we won the encounter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Except for very important NPCs, creatures, and monsters
crazy.
and such. So, therefore, you're not necessarily going to be using it on a non-player character or a monster. And that is not very useful, particularly if you want somebody to interrogate later on.
Again, okay. Overall, that point is extremely specific, so I don't think it's good for the overall... Like, your first point, I'm totally about, but the second point, no.
Yeah, no, not at all.
I don't think so. I don't think it's very strong.
Yeah.
The characters are still out of the fight. Even if you use this cantrip, they may not be dying, but they are not in the fight. They are going to be lying there doing nothing while you stick it out.
Okay. They're still alive.
The character...
Yeah, I was going to say, like, okay.
Like, the point is to save them.
Yeah, I don't... What's the problem here? Because
yeah,
they
and here's the
can't
other
do
thing.
anything?
If you cast Spare the Dying, you're probably not in that fight.
Yeah.
You know, why would you cast it if you're still in the fight and somebody just walk over and stab them?
Like, again, I would do it in the middle of a fight in order to give them time to maybe drag them away or something, or to try to protect them afterwards or something. Like, it's so that I don't have to worry about them, because, I don't know, my character doesn't want to see his, like, party die. Usually. And if he has the ability...
Most of the time.
Well, yeah. But, like, if he has the ability to stop that, like, at least for his peace of mind, even... then he's gonna try to do that. And again, I have to then say, if we're doing that at that point, it's probably because we don't have access to any healing spells right now.
Yeah, it's kind of a last resort,
It
really.
does really feel like that. If I have a Cure Light Wounds and we're in the middle of a fight, I'm using the Cure Light Wounds on my downed friend so that we can get more people to fight the thing, probably.
Yeah.
Right?
We're not just going to spare the dying just for effectively no reason.
Right.
In
It's
this
my
case.
action if I'm not a Grave Cleric. Like, I have to commit to that.
Yeah, not to mention, like you said, he's still going to be just lying there. So in this moment, casting that would be meaningless. So it wouldn't get cast.
Yeah. So,
like,
anyway.
The only time I would cast this in a fight is if... Now, there's a time limit on this, right? You have to cast it within a certain time or no? Or this is just the stabilizing, so it's...
I believe... I'll check to see if there's a time limit, but I don't know.
If I remember right, there's not. The time limit ones are usually for resurrections.
Yeah, something like that. No, I don't want to make a character. God.
Since this isn't like recreating tissue, this is just making them stop bleeding, basically.
Yeah, there's no time limit here. It's just anybody
honestly,
with 0.
Then honestly, never mind, because what I was going to say is I would cast it at a time, like, if I would... The only time I would cast this in a fight is if it was approaching the time limit of being able to cast it. But there's no time limit, so I wouldn't cast it.
Right. Well, so, and again, that's my point of, like, my character doesn't know about death saving throws. Like, that's not a thing that they know, right?
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't exist, so if we're at that point and somebody's on the ground and they're not fucking breathing... my character, if they don't have a healing spell and they have access to this right now, they're probably going to do that.
Yeah.
Like, there are times where this is going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's just, even in the middle of a fight, even, like, after a fight, like, it's just going to be there. It's just going to be the thing.
Yeah. It is the only option.
Yeah. So
It's the only option that's available, and it can help my party members. So
yeah, and again, they're on the ground. Oh no, they're alive.
yeah. Oh, well, damn it.
Like,
I wanted them to fucking get up.
right. Oh, I didn't like. I don't
Yeah,
understand the logic here.
Yeah, no, this is pretty
Because
dumb.
it's literally like
The first point was fucking great.
Exactly. Like, the first point is the strongest point that I have, and I'm like, yes, I would probably take a healer's kit instead of taking Spare the Dying if I'm a regular cleric. Absolutely. Or any other. Now,
Any other class, really.
Now, every character I take now, because I didn't remember this correctly, every character I take is going to get a healer's kit.
Yeah, there's no point in not.
There's no point in not. And so, but like this is literally me, or this is literally him saying, I would rather have something that gets the guy up. And I'm like, yes, healing spells do exist. Hello.
Yeah.
They're not cantrips, my friend. They're not cantrips.
Yeah, that's the problem.
If the fix is going to be we add a point to it, I'm like, no, okay, we're already there. But I hope we don't get there. Let's see. If I recall correctly, a heal minor wound magic item with limitless charge was possible in by Raw in 3.0. Sure. I'm sure it was. That's the thing.
Yeah.
All magic items were possible in 3.x, to be fair.
All magic items are possible in all editions of the game.
Also true.
Basically, it's just, hey, DM, can I have this? Sure.
Yeah, exactly.
And and it shall be.
Yeah. I guess there's a reason you need to take the pains of using non-lethal damage. Yes. The idea of Spare the Dying is to let the cleric focus on more important things, like kill something else or heal someone that is going to save your ass. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, Locate City Bomb was possible by Raw in 3.5, but the DM didn't veto it. Yes, exactly.
Locate City Bomb? What?
Yes, that's right. Well, it's just...
The fuck is that?
It's just any spell. That's the point.
I see. Yeah. I thought that was an actual thing. I'm like, what?
All right, let's see.
Is stabilized, but they are still extremely vulnerable to being killed by future attacks, which could happen from the environment or from the dungeon master using their monsters.
And that'd be funny.
Sensible.
You fucking cast Spare the Dying, and you're fighting in a volcano, and then just a tiny little boop of lava touches them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Fucking dead.
Well, that's the thing. Like, that's just how it is. Anytime you're knocked out or anything in any state, if you get hit, you take you lose a death save.
There goes a death save. Have fun.
Like, okay, yeah, you're right. That's it's almost like you kind of have to, like, when somebody's down, you have to now take that into account. Yeah, and like figure it into your strategy and your plan here.
Yeah.
I
mean, I guess if you want, whatever.
I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
Thing which is to finish off their target, or if it's a beast trying to eat the downed creature or downed character who's been stabilized, and that is just going to cause a whole bunch more problems. So therefore, not hugely.
At that point, I'm like, thank fuck somebody's trying to kill me. Like, I don't know, man. Why are we complaining that they are ripe for being killed in 5e?
Yeah.
Why are we complaining about this now?
So, because, hey, now you get to start making death saves again. Because it's not Pathfinder, you don't have the dying fucking shit.
That's the thing. Like, you legitimately, well, you've already lost 2, so you're probably gonna die if you lose this last one, right? Like, it's just how it is.
Now, if you stabilize, does that not overwrite? No. Oh, okay.
Not death saves. No, sorry, not failures.
Ah, I see. Wait, when do failures wear out?
When you get healed, I think. Like, and get actually up.
I see. I see. Okay.
I believe.
That's not the D&D I know.
You're right. We play 3.5.
Indeed.
Attack a dying creature is an option. Yeah, exactly.
Like,
that's the thing.
God fucking forbid.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when a threat is down and you want to make sure that it's finished off,
you kill it.
You kill it. Like, it's
honestly kind of a hard thing to fucking do as a DM. Is not just, well, they would just fucking kill you.
That's the thing. I totally respect the decision, and I understand the hardship there of like deciding to let your evil
finish off your guy.
Yeah, because why wouldn't they? Like, at that point, if I live because of that, it's probably because I wasn't a big threat to begin with. Right?
That's the thing.
And I'm like, that's fair enough. They're going after the guy that's actually doing a lot of shit, and I was just in the way. Right?
Yeah.
Like, in that point, I'm like, cool. Or they're gonna use me as a way to get to them. You know? Like, whatever the case, fucking kill me. I don't know, man. I'm fine with it. Like, I understand where we're going here.
It sucks, but I get it.
Yeah, it does suck a little bit, but again, I that temporary me going, damn, my character's dead is temporary.
Yeah, because now I get to make my whole new character, whose entire purpose is to avenge the death of the other one, or basically be like, fuck the other guy, fuck the guys that killed my last character, fuck goblins. Why? I don't know, just fuck them. I just
hate goblins.
I feel like in a past life, they were shitters.
Sensible to use Spare the Dying unless you really got no spells left and there's nothing else you can do.
That does happen.
Every single use of your healer's kit. Spare the Dying.
Let's be fair as well, though. If they took Spare the Dying, they might either have misremembered healer's kit or don't have one or think that it's a good replacement for it.
Yeah.
So, because it is.
Or at this point, they might be like, shit, my healer's kit is out of charges.
Out of charges, yeah. I didn't buy 16 of them.
Yeah, I can't carry 16 of them. How heavy are they?
I don't think they're that heavy, actually. Let's see.
Make them heavier.
Right. Remember,
there you go.
5e's weight is optional.
That's right.
Encumbrance is optional.
It's a variant rule.
That's right. It's only 3 pounds for a healer's kit.
What the fuck?
Uses up a valuable cantrip known slot. You don't get that many cantrips.
To be fair, this is a good point.
Yes, that's another good point.
It takes up a valuable. We've already covered this though. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if he covered it. We've covered it at least. But yes, it can take up a slot, and that's unfortunate. But
yes,
sometimes that's okay.
It's like, sorry, but that's how that's. You know.
Wouldn't you use Spare the Dying before a healer's kit if you have it? Yes, I would.
Yes.
Because
that way it's a guaranteed and it is unlimited.
Yep. Honestly, if I had a character that had Spare the Dying, I would be buying other people healers kits. I wouldn't have one.
Yeah.
Or actually, no, I would have one as a spare to give to another person if they needed it. That's the thing, right?
Yeah. Welcome to the group. Here's your fucking healer's kit, new meat.
Absolutely. Like, here's how to use, like, that's how my character would be. They would be like, this is how to use it, and this is how it works. And I could do it too, but I also have the ability to just do it as a spell. Yeah. Right? Like, and then you have some character development there of like, this guy gives a shit about people and how they like, and understanding how this works and knows the dangers ahead. And like, now I'm thinking of a whole character that's based on this, man. Like,
who's basically just the healer boy.
Yeah, he's just a medic. He's just there to make sure.
He's like a field medic.
Yeah,
and he's like super serious about it.
Yes, and he's making sure that everyone else has the basic training that they need.
Yeah.
Oh man, I love. I'm gonna make that guy later. I love that guy now.
Now you just. So now what class?
I would probably go cleric just to have the Spare the Dying.
Oh, okay, just to go with, okay.
But enough. Even so, I could probably fit him as like anything that can heal. So like paladin.
Make him like
ranger.
A fucking demon worshipping warlock who's like super into healing.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck?
Could you could place the template on anything, but yeah.
An assassin who's like big into.
Now I deal with this all the time. I see a lot of shit happen. Sometimes some things go wrong, and I just want to make sure that you guys are going to be okay because I'm not going to do it to you, but someone else could.
Yeah. Look, look, my business is to kill people. I need to be able to keep them alive too.
Yeah,
if I know how to do one, by necessity, I know how to do the other.
Exactly.
Plus, if I stab the wrong guy, happens sometimes.
sometimes.
Not all the time, though.
I'm really good at my job, I promise.
That'd be really good.
Oh, man.
Up them. And Spare the Dying is one of those things that is going to chew up one of those known slots or known spells for the cantrip. So variant rules for fixing Spare the Dying.
Okay.
I have searched the internet, I have pulled from everywhere, and I have included some that I have used myself.
Okay.
So here we go. Number 1 on my list. Change the casting time to a bonus action.
Okay.
Most common suggestion is just change the casting time from one action to a bonus action.
So if this was True Strike, I'd be with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
But so okay. So I don't think I would do this because you're now kind of taking away from the Grave Cleric. And I know that it's one subclass, but it's the one subclass like thing.
Yeah,
right?
it's the one thing.
It like, and they get the 30 feet as well, but the bonus action plus the 30 feet makes it incredibly valuable to that Grave Cleric.
Mm-hmm.
This makes it so you're taking a little bit away from it, and I think it really devalues the Grave Cleric's just inherent ability.
Yes.
So that's the only reason why I wouldn't use it. It's not a strong reason, I'll give you that, but I think that it's strong enough for me at least.
Yeah, it's strong enough.
Yeah. Wait, how did you stab the wrong guy? It happens more than you think. That's right.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, that's right.
This makes it better than the Healer's Kit, and you can also use your action to do something else, like make an attack or cast a spell, which makes an awful lot of sense, right? Casting a spell that's a cantrip, that is, because you've just used a cantrip as a bonus action. Number 2 is extend the spell range to 30 feet.
So again,
the same exact reason why I wouldn't use it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's right. Instead of touch, you can use it at a range of 30 feet. This way your character can still cast the spell if you can't get close enough to the dying creature or character to touch them. There are very few occasions when this might happen, but it does crop up from time to time, so that would make it far more useful than having a Healer's Kit. Spare the Dying, extend the range. Number 3 is allow multiple allies or creatures to be stabilized at a range of 30 feet.
Not with a cantrip.
Yeah, no.
Sorry, you're gonna have to up it to a actual.
That would be a first level or at least second level spell.
Yeah, I would say second, honestly, because
first,
I don't think there's any first level spells that do like multiple people in that kind of. No, that's not true. Bless does that. So
but it certainly doesn't fucking heal or stabilize.
No, it gives that D4 that only lasts for I think it's either an action or a minute, but I think because this is what a number equal to your spellcasting modifier. Okay, that's actually fine if we change it to a first level spell. So first level I'd be fine with it, but not as a cantrip.
Yeah, no, hell no.
Yeah. Meanwhile, people who become proficient in medicine skill get sadder. That's true.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you're also, you know what? That's a good point as well, because like, so obviously the people with the medicine skill don't have access to this usually. I mean, as a cleric, you also do have access to the medicine skill, but with the, why would you use that instead of the Spare the Dying if you had it, right? First off.
Yeah.
But for all these other people, it's like, oh, well, I can just do a roll of 10, which isn't too bad. But yeah, anyway.
And how many can you stabilize? Well, you can stabilize a number equal to the spellcaster's casting modifier. That's right, there are restrictions on it, but it still works really well, and therefore much more useful. This is much more likely to be useful at low levels of play when large numbers of the party can wind up going down. At high level play, you usually don't have multiple allies falling over.
Okay,
Therefore,
well, see, here's the thing. in high levels of play, you're usually not using cantrips in like a combat situation. You're just gonna have a healing spell.
I will say, actually, I'll push back on that, because
Okay.
cantrips level up as you level, remember?
I mean, I guess so, but why would you, unless you're out of spells?
Yeah.
Which is pretty much the reason.
Or a
Unless
warlock.
you're... yeah, right. Unless you're out of spells, why would you ever use, say, Magic Missile instead of Fireball? Unless you're going for the concentration destruction.
Yeah,
thing.
it depends on the situation, but I understand your point. Yeah, I agree
Yeah.
that most of the time you'll be using your bigger spells. But the cantrip, I would say for this one at least, I'd be using it just in case in case we get to that point. But usually, that's at the point where I don't have any more fucking healing words.
Yeah.
Already we're at the point
Cantrips
of,
are
like,
always more a last resort.
For some, I think, but in the case of a cleric, actually, I would say the use of healing word, because healing word is a bonus action. And since you can only do a spell slot and a cantrip, you can only cast one spell that uses a spell slot, and then you can cast as many cantrips as you want, right?
Yeah, that's
per
fair.
turn, right? So you'll use more cantrips if you have the access to it, if you have, the action economy for it in your turn. But it just depends on what you're doing. Like with Quicken Spell as well for like sorcerers,
that's very
right?
true.
So
Wait, I thought Quicken Spell didn't work with cantrips, and that was the whole deal.
No, Quicken Spell for a spell, right? And
okay.
Yeah, and then you can use that as your bonus action, and then you can
right.
Yeah, use a cantrip as well.
Yes.
This video is just another, I don't like this thing, therefore it's bad. Here's how I'd make it stronger.
Yeah, pretty much.
Unfortunately, that is the case. Although, again, I agree with the 2 points of Healer's Kit does the same thing, right? And then the cantrip slot is taken up by it when you can have just a Healer's Kit. I agree with both of those points, and those make it so that I'm less likely to take it, but I don't think that it's broken because of it, right?
Yeah, no, it's not worthless, not at all.
No, not in the slightest.
It's basically, remember when we remember when we did that Cody video where he's like, I don't fucking understand the purpose of the one that lets you know where you are and what time it is.
Oh,
Keen Mind?
that feat, yeah.
Keen Mind, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
God, fuck that video.
Yeah, I know. I remember. Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I hated that shit.
It's really unlikely. And at high level play, you don't often run out of spells. You probably will have slots left over, unless, of course, the Dungeon Master's really working you hard. Now, the cantrip doesn't scale up, but being able to stabilize multiple allies does have some sort of scaling effect to it.
If you made it so this scaled and this was as you leveled up, I'd be more okay with it, actually.
Yeah.
So, like, if this was the scaling at level 5, I guess, because I think that's the first time it scales, I'd be fine with it, actually, where you can do as many as your spellcasting modifier as the first thing.
That would definitely be significantly less bad.
Yeah, I would be more accepting of it, except for the 30-foot range and stuff like that.
That's too much.
No, actually, the 30-foot range would be part of that, I guess, because you would have to be able to do it with
that's true. You can't do multiple people if it doesn't have range.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could pull everybody together and then touch them all. So
yeah,
but so yeah,
bear fucking group hug.
That's right. Dogpile them.
Yeah. Yeet the corpses all on top of each other.
I was gonna say, I know you're all dying, but I'm just gonna smother you real quick. But so yeah, I'd be okay with it if this was scaling. Maybe it would be like instead of like the equal to your spellcasting modifier might be like the middle kind of point, whereas this would be 2 creatures at level 5, and then maybe the spellcasting modifier, and then spellcasting modifier plus 2 or something. Like, it making it scaling would make me okay with it. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay, option number 4. Instead of the creature becoming stable when you use this cantrip, it's going to regain 1 hit point and become conscious. Wow. Now, much better than the healer's kit, gets the character back in the battle.
Do you understand what you've done? You've made the problem where it's hard to die even worse.
Yeah. It's already super easy to not die in 5e, man.
Like,
the only time dying is even a concern in 5 is the very beginning of the game.
Yeah.
Where everybody's fucking squishy. That's it. And I mean, hell, a lot of people don't even... They're just like, let's start at level 3. Because that's when you're a character.
Exactly. That's when you're a character. That's when you have your subclass and you can actually do shit.
Yeah. Everybody does that.
Like, why I understand.
Why are we here? What are we doing here?
Where are we? Right? But
where is this?
Somebody tell me when did I should have taken a left turn at Albuquerque. But like, I understand the purpose behind this is because you want to have your characters able to do things and less time not doing things. I understand the purpose behind it, but my god, dude, sometimes you're just not going to be able to do shit, okay?
Yeah,
It's
like,
just
and it's
how it
okay,
is.
man.
Like, I understand it's bad for everybody to, do this, like, not be able to do stuff sometimes, but you can deal with it a little bit. It's fine.
But you can't.
Apparently not. Yeah, it's Keen Mind, and then I prefer if the scaling would be one additional person per advancement at 5, 11, and 17. Yeah, exactly. Like, just doing that would be fine. Absolutely. Randomly roll for cardiac arrest. Yeah.
Great.
I'm not giving you back 1 HP
but...
as a cantrip, especially in 5e. In other systems that go into negative HP, like 3.5 and Pathfinder, this could work, but even then, I'm like, yes.
Yeah.
100%. I'm right there with you, August. I'm right there with you. Like, it...
Yeah.
Because legitimately, the way that 5e works is just any HP you get, you're just up and you're fine, raw.
Yeah.
So, like, why? Going down means nothing because I could just come over and touch you and you're already fine. Like, yes, you only have one HP, and that means that you're, I guess, still in that threshold of instantly dying, but you're also, say, a fighter that has this happen to them that hasn't used their action surge. Now it's just up and able to do all this shit, right? Like, or a monk with their key point. Like, any character now is just, like, up and able to do all their shit, right?
Yeah.
So it's so dumb.
Yeah, no, it's really bad.
So dumb. Like, I get we want the characters to succeed and we want the story to go on, but also, like, with this removes all, like, not all, but most of the tension, I would say, in the fact that you could die, because it's like, no, you can't.
Yeah, no, you're good.
I won't let you, says the DM. You are not allowed to die.
And it's more in line with what players expect. Players were expecting Spare the Dying to be more useful than what it currently is.
Really?
Please source me. I don't know who you're talking about, and I can't believe you at the current moment. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like what?
No, like, I don't find you untrustworthy because, again, we've covered your video before, like a video or two, I think, before, and you seem like you know what you're talking about in some respects. But with this, you have to have a source. Like,
yeah,
you can't just say this. I'm sorry. You can tell me that you can tell me these things, but I can't believe you because of this, because it's just ridiculous to me. It's not because I don't trust you. It's ridiculous to me. Maybe that is. Let's entertain it for a second. Okay. Okay. So before 5e came out, people saw Spare the Dying as a thing, so they thought that it would give an HP and you would be able to come back to life after being knocked down.
Yeah.
Okay. Why?
Why what?
Why did we think that?
Oh.
Because it's called Spare the Dying, maybe? Okay.
I guess.
But also, in 4E, did that happen? Like, when you went down to 0 and you got an HP, you got back up? I don't remember. I can't remember from reading it.
Don't think so. No.
Okay, and in 3.5,
And you
that
didn't just
happen.
gain an HP or anything.
Right, yeah. So in 3.5, that didn't happen either. So why did we have this as an assumption?
Why was this an expectation?
Like, the logic isn't there for me. And if we're coming from OSR players, even, that's not a thing.
Yeah, no. They'd shoot you before you did that.
That's right. Like, I don't know.
It's like, fuck you, I'm not back up with 1 HP.
Yeah. I wouldn't give low-level parties the ability to effectively heal to full HP at no cost. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Within just a few rounds. Yeah, absolutely. I missed the part explaining why Spare the Dying was a problem, but I thought fixing anything related to 5e and death would be to make death more likely, not less. Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that...
Like, again, he had 2 good points, which was Spare the Dying is less useful because Healer's Kit does the same thing.
And for like no cost, effectively.
Yes, for 5 gold. Oh no.
And
then I can't spare that. God.
I can spare the dying, but I can't spare that.
Right.
God damn it.
That one's a good one. I like that one.
Yeah, no, that one's pretty good.
But there was that, and then it takes up a cantrip, which is pretty valuable to a low-level cleric / high-level cleric even. Which is also fair. But again, it didn't translate to this is broken, and the other 2 points didn't translate to this is broken. They just translated to I don't like how this works.
Yeah.
So, 5e is having players make characters play in bubble wrap because death is sad. No one wants death of character they worked very hard on. Boo death. Yay, bubble wrap plot armor.
It took me fucking 20 minutes to make this character.
I know, right?
I don't want him to die.
Shoot fish in a barrel for XP. Exactly. Like, it's insane.
It kind of is baby mode.
And I think that probably does it. Now, I would like to point out that this version of the cantrip it's already been play tested. It was dumped by
me.
The design team. Okay? It was discarded and considered too powerful.
Yeah.
So if you're going to use this, be aware that it has been tested and the design team decided it was not suitable for play.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough that you put it as an option and then give us the warning.
Yeah.
That's good at least. I'm fine
good
with
on
that.
ya. Good on ya.
This is what you wanted, though.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing.
I'm like, what's the... Okay.
What are we doing? What are we doing here?
I guess we can have a really solid counter against your own argument in your own video. I like that.
Yeah. What the fuck?
That's a nice contradiction there. Fucking, I didn't have to even fucking hit my hand on the desk and say, take that, dude. It's already there.
Yeah.
But we've got a number 5. We've got an option 5, and this might feel a bit better to you.
Okay.
Number 5 is the creature regains 1 hit point as before if it is dying, and it becomes conscious. But you also gain 1 level of exhaustion by using this cantrip on a creature who is dying.
Okay.
1 level of exhaustion in the middle of a fight is not that big of a deal.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's level 2 or 3 that's the one that's big.
I will say that the stacking exhaustion from this is a good addition. But,
yes.
But we're already still at a cantrip level, my man.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Again, first level, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Like,
maybe.
Because this has enough drawbacks that it makes me think, okay, this would be fine as a first level spell. Let me go look at exhaustion real quick, because I need to know what the first one is. I never remember the order of these things. But I think if I had to guess, the first one was like
it's not that big of a deal,
half
if I remember right.
Movement, I think.
Something like that. I don't.
Looking in the index real quick here. Exhaustion. Exception. Exhaustion. 181 is the first entry. 181. Okay. First entry is not what I needed. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Das. level 1 is disadvantage on ability checks, which is is considerable, but it's not like the worst thing, right? You're basically doing everything at disadvantage that's in ability check, which is usually skills, and if you need to make a saving throw, no, not a saving throw. It's if you need to use strength, dex, or any of that stuff for something, and a skill, I believe. And
so it's really not that big of a deal. One
really
is not that bad. I'm pretty sure it's either two or 3. I don't remember which one.
2 is speed is halved, so that's that one. And then
I think
3 is disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. And then
that's it.
I believe if you get like 5 or 6, you die. Which is
6
fair.
is death.
Yeah, okay. So like I'm fine. Again, I'm fine with this being like a first level spell, maybe a second level spell, just to do this as a costly thing. But the other thing that I have to remind everybody is that exhaustion is very easy to get rid of.
Maybe not in a fight.
Not in a fight, but because like I think lesser restoration gets rid of a point of exhaustion as well, which is a second level spell, I believe. 4 hit point maximum halved, 5 speed reduced to 0, 6 death. There you go. Thank you. So yeah. The argument that a spell doesn't do something as well as a skill is just an argument that spells should be better, and this is an at-will cantrip no less. Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous. Exhaustion is no big deal until level 2, but even then it's too much, and the players can start changing tactics quickly after the first time. Man, I came into this thinking he was going to say Spare the Dying was too powerful. Yeah, I know, right? I thought so too, honestly. My brain always expects fixing a spell to mean making it less powerful or more limited, but it always turns out to be making it stronger. Unfortunately, that does seem to be the case sometimes, but like I was on the same train of thought with this one. I don't know where we're at. I don't.
We
know
were
how
on
got
board the
here.
same train.
Yeah.
Damn it. I'm sorry. Too many puns tonight.
Okay, so better than version 4, probably the one that makes the most sense to me. It's not as good as the Paladin's Lay on Hands, but then the Paladin's Lay on Hands probably should be pretty good compared to a cantrip.
Because it's a class. It's a class-specific ability, so yeah.
I would hope so.
only paladins can get that, so
There is a disadvantage to using the cantrip, but you still get the player back into the fight rather than lying on the ground.
Wait, Artificer? That's weird.
I just oh yeah, Artificers can also get it. Yeah,
that's weird.
Yeah, Artificers are spellcasters in 5e. They're not.
Oh, I know.
Like inventors.
You'd think it would be like a druid or.
Yeah, you'd think, but.
Because I always see druids as more the healy type, but I guess not.
Yeah, well.
That's until they start summoning fucking T-Rexes and Velociraptors and shit.
That's right.
Player's character back in the fight. We're not going to get the players back in the fight. If they're there, then that's going to be really messy, isn't it? Okay, so bonus tip. My bonus tip to you is...
shoot him in the back.
Just remove the cantrip from the Dungeons & Dragons 5e game. I know that sounds brutal.
Remove it. Get rid of it. Delete it.
I'm sorry. Okay. Come
on.
I'm letting that sink in because I want to hear his reasoning, because at the moment I'm just like, why would anybody say that? It's not entirely useless. It is not it is more trivialized because of the healer's kit, but it is not completely trivialized because it's free.
Yeah.
It's already technically better.
Yeah.
Technically. Yes, it takes up a cantrip slot, but it's at will. And you just any time.
Yeah, you just get that shit.
Like,
remove it though.
Yeah, you better give me a damn good reason to remove this spell.
But the spell is it's just not useful enough at higher levels of play.
Okay, so no.
And here's the other thing.
Okay.
So I'll let you marinate for a little bit.
Yeah, go on.
You know how we keep running into a thing in our podcasts where the majority of the time games only last until about level 10.
Yeah,
usually.
We even covered a fucking video that had statistics on that shit.
Yeah. So
Higher
levels of play are very, very rarely even reached nowadays.
I couldn't imagine going past level 10, really. Like,
and I mean, hell, you're almost level 10 now.
I was gonna say, in our Devils and Dice game, we're still at level 9. We're nearly level 10. But like, if we go past that, I'll be surprised. But like,
you probably will.
That's fair. Okay, sure.
Yeah, because there's enough game in there left.
Yeah, sure. I just like, I don't expect it. That's the thing. Like,
yeah, that's fair.
It's just.
What, you think I don't have enough planned? No.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one. But like,
it's like, what are we doing?
So higher levels of play is past 10. Like, that's the way it is.
Yeah, pretty much.
I guess we're catering to then half
higher levels of play.
Yeah, we're only catering to that, and that is a small percentage of people. Yeah. As far as we know / have experience with. Yeah. Because like, if the year-long campaigns the years-long campaigns that have characters that go from 1 to 20 to past that, while they sound epic, like when they're retold, I do not ever want to do that.
Yeah, it's like, as awesome as that would be, holy hell, that would take fucking forever.
Like, it would take forever, and like, this isn't a good argument against it. I'm just saying, like, from my personal perspective, I can understand why we stop at 10 most of the time as people.
Yeah, because the thing is, regardless of how that level sounds, it takes a long time to get there.
It does, and then the fights after level 10 kind of become more sluggish.
Yeah, they just drag.
Because, and like, I understand the CR system isn't great, and we try to balance it as best we can with what we have, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be a big number that you're trying to beat down. Yeah. That's kind of what it is, you know?
Yeah. Especially since, like, at least in 5e, unless you really build the character in kind of a metagamey way to make sure you're doing tons of damage.
Yeah, optimized.
Yeah, unless you build, like, perfectly optimized, you're not doing that much damage every single turn. Maybe as a group, but eventually, like, you do the most amount of damage in any D&D fight in the beginning, because that's when you have all your resources, you have all your spell slots and all that shit. Once you burn through all that, be it through hitting or missing or whatever, your damage potential just fucking plummets.
Like, and if you're going through a dungeon, you're using spells or you're using resources usually, and like you're at the end when you're fighting the last thing, you're usually down quite a bit in spell slots, so it's just going to take that much longer. The ultimate point here is catering just to the higher levels of play is not a reason to remove a fucking cantrip.
Yeah, and it's completely foolish.
That is incredibly crazy that I had to say that.
Yeah, you shouldn't have had to say that.
Like, it doesn't...
Unfortunately, it needed to be said.
It doesn't make sense. Like...
No, it's ridiculous.
Just don't take the thing.
Yeah.
Just don't take the fucking cantrip.
Yeah.
If you don't like it, just don't take it. I don't...
What the hell? What's that? Oh,
it's an option.
What the fuck? I should play in there.
Okay, lots of things here. Greater restoration can remove a level of exhaustion, not lesser. Thank you. I didn't know that. Okay, I thought I was mixed up. That guy with 3 arrows in his back has died by now. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's dead. I was going to say earlier, if you don't like an option, don't take it, but this is a step beyond. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and I don't like this option, so remove it from the game.
It's gotta go.
Now, granted, there are times when this is applicable, specifically in Overwatch with fucking Bastion. Delete him. Not that anybody ever plays Overwatch anymore. The game's fucking dead.
Sweaty and competitive.
Yeah.
He didn't have very good armor on his back either. No, he didn't. That's right.
Yeah, no.
Or those are really good arrows. One or the other.
Yeah.
Or a really powerful bow.
Fucking orcish strength bow.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Shit's awesome.
Hell yeah, dude. Devils and Dice game about about to be sunset at level 10.
No. They probably, honestly, spoilers, they probably got about level 12 to 13 in them.
Okay, cool.
Maybe 14. Maybe.
Oh, Jesus.
It depends on how generous I am with the milestones, because we're doing the milestones.
Yeah, true. Time for this year's 5e spell ban list, starting with Spare the Dying. We've heard your complaints, and we will not ban Silvery Barbs. It doesn't ruin games like Spare the Dying does.
Yeah.
That's right.
Silvery Barbs? It sounds cool, though.
Yeah, I've never heard seen that spell, so...
it must be one of the newer books.
Probably is Atasha's.
I feel like every time I'm like that, I'm like, God, I feel so fucking old.
Yeah, true. Party is about to micromanage the XP. That's right. I've started games at level 10 sometimes. Oh yeah, and I've done them past level 10, but they were either one shots or like a few sessions.
Coward.
Yeah. Can you imagine official TTRPG yearly ban list on features in games? Oh, dude.
So basically,
it's 40K at that point. And then Yu-Gi-Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's just Yu-Gi-Oh. They got a ban list.
True.
I mean, that's just for tournaments, though, so.
True. I like running games that are level 10 plus as a dungeon gooder, and I get to throw stupid shit at people and know they can survive. Yeah, that's also
hell yeah.
That's
like,
it's
dude,
fun.
that's great. What do you? Yeah.
We're just talking about the consistent campaigns. Usually they end at level 10. Usually, but again, exceptions always exist. Enchanted Arrows, maybe. That's true. Silvery Barbs, it's one of the latest scandals. Oh boy.
Oh, so, what?
Very
yeah,
good.
so actually, genuinely, can you post in the thing? Yeah, I'd like to see that. It's a scandal.
More
is it more so than people thinking orcs are black?
Oh yeah, that's right.
God, I hope, because that was funny.
Not. Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
Oh, this is a Strixhaven book. Okay, it's one of the one of the newer ones. One reaction which you take when a creature you can see within 60 feet of yourself succeeds on an attack, ability check, or saving throw. Range 60 feet. You magically distract the triggering creature and turn its momentary uncertainty into encouragement for another creature. The triggering creature must re-roll the d20 and use the lower roll.
Okay.
You can then choose a different creature you can see within range. You can choose yourself. The chosen creature has advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw it makes within 1 minute. A creature can be empowered by only one use of this spell at a time. It doesn't have a fucking saving throw.
So wait, what does it do?
It makes it so you give disadvantage to a creature, give yourself or one of your allies advantage for a minute, and then or until you use it, and that's it within 60 feet as a reaction for a first level spell.
As a reaction for first level?
As a reaction for a first level spell.
What the fuck?
Whenever a creature does anything successfully.
Woo. Holy hell.
No saving throw for the creature at all.
What in the fuck?
It.
What the fuck? That's ridiculous.
Well, that's just stupid.
That is just stupid.
Why
would they do that? That's dumb as hell.
Where are we? Now I'm very confused as to where we are.
Dude, I don't know.
Level 1 spell, I know.
Not in Kansas anymore, that's for goddamn sure.
This fucking... you're 100% right. Anyway.
What the fuck?
This is why I stopped paying attention to the newer shit.
Yeah.
Banning vicious mockery because no one can roleplay them without insulting someone on the table. Yeah. I could see that also being a fucking...
Anyway, honestly, that would be hilarious if
we haven't even gotten to the reason that this guy is trying to do this. Jesus Christ.
I know, because it was just
it's just stupid already.
It's just so vitriolic that we kind of have to stop and be like, oh, okay. No.
Yeah. And there was a weaker version that was confirmed to a subclass in an Unearthed Arcana, and supposedly after the feedback they decided it should be core. But fuck off. That's stupid.
What the fuck?
Who's with me for 5e ban list after seeing silvery barbs? Oh, I'm there. Hello.
Well, I mean, the ban list would basically just end at silvery barbs
so
because
far,
like
yeah.
all the other spells are usually
They're
fine.
usually fine. Christ. All right.
As you level up, it just won't be used at all. In fact, you're probably going to want to go to your dungeon master and say, can I swap out this cantrip because I never use it anymore? Because at high level play, you have so many spell slots.
So his reason to remove it is because you won't use it at high level. He's now assuming that you won't use it at high level, and you're going to ask for it to be changed.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, I live with my fucking choices, okay?
Yeah.
I legitimately, I made my Turtle Bard, College of Lore Bard, who specializes in non-combat shit, and I made him to have a level 3 spell called, what was it?
Shitty spell.
Well, it was literally just like they have disadvantage when they target anything except for me.
I mean, that sounds nice.
It's a good spell. It wasn't what I thought I took. I thought I took Counterspell.
Oh, I see.
I thought I took Counterspell for situations where I could be very helpful to the party. But I didn't. And as I was in a situation, I was like, Counterspell. And then I was like, wait, do I even have Counterspell? I need to make sure. And then I looked at my sheet, because I, in the back of my mind, I was like, wait a minute. And then I looked at my sheet, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I don't even have Counterspell. And that changed my entire situation. And I was like, fuck it, okay, here we go. I meant to have it, but this was my choice, I guess, at the time.
Yeah.
So I live with it.
Damn you, past me!
That's right, past me can go to hell. Anyway.
Well, then what about future you?
Oh, future me is going to have a lot of trouble. But you know what? That's a problem for future me. Present me doesn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, there you go.
Sure, you can swap something out, but it'll cost you. Yeah, you could do that too. That's the thing. It depends on the DMs and stuff, but like, I also just... this is such a big assumption, and I'm just like, what are we at?
Not only is it's a massive assumption, not only that, it is also such a overblown reaction to it.
Yeah. 100%.
Nobody uses it in the end game, so no one ever uses it.
So
and just
let's
remove
take it out.
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
So high level play, not very useful. If you try to make changes to this cantrip, as I have suggested, you wind up duplicating existing spells.
Oh no.
Or you make it overpowered. So I suggest...
No, you.
Yeah,
you are doing this.
Oh.
And to be fair, I guess some other people as well, because you did pull this from many corners of the internet and shit, but...
assumedly.
It's just...
ditch it from the game so that some poor player doesn't wind up selecting this and getting bummed out later on.
Poor player.
Okay, now if you found this video useful and helpful, excellent. I do have other videos on variant rules for Dungeons & Dragons 5e, which you are welcome to go and check out if you want to. If you want to support the channel so I keep doing video content like this, you can do that through Patreon, through the Amazon affiliate links that I have down in the description. You can also check out my merchandise shelf underneath my video, or just keep watching my videos. That's fine too. Make sure to share, like, and subscribe. Hit the bell button to be notified when I go live and when I publish new videos. And hey, till next time, keep rolling those 20s.
I don't want
to. Oh, I mean, dude, I like to play comedy characters. Oh shit, I like to play comedy characters who fuck up a lot.
Yeah.
I actually, I would like to talk about it, but at the same time, I'm like, I should probably not, because I want it to be funny in the moment, but I can talk about it. I have a character, I mean, hell, I've done this before, like when I became the Wind.
That's right, yeah.
Where I have a thing that I just love to do, where if my character is like sneaking around and I fail a stealth roll, I basically just call out, just full on, and be just like, no one's up here.
Yeah, that's right.
There's nothing.
That's fair.
And so
just a
I want to
giant
have
creek, and you're just like, no, nothing.
nothing. No one's here.
Yeah.
Don't pay attention to that.
Yeah.
And then, like, I'm in somebody's fucking house.
Yeah, right.
And then, like, somebody, the upper floor is like, what the fuck? There's nobody up here. And so I want to make a character who's just got, like, who is that, like, bumbling rogue, but has a ridiculously high bluff.
Yeah.
So that I can actually do that and get away with it.
That's fair enough. All right, everyone. We're gonna move on to comments. This is gonna take us another hour, probably, but
Yeah, probably.
this is the end bit. Now we're covering 3 weeks of comments.
Oh dear God!
Because we didn't cover them last week because my internet died and it was pretty bad. So
Yes.
Future you versus present you. It's the battle of the ages. That's right.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Okay, so first off, I know it says 2 weeks ago, but this is technically 3 weeks because it hasn't been 2 weeks since, or 3 weeks since yet, technically, but whatever. Okay, so this was on episode 100, our 4th edition coverage. Our more in-depth one.
Yes.
Khan of 7 says, third time I've tried to leave a comment on this video. Let me try not including links to things and see where that leaves us. Someone mentioned that they restrained themselves by not mentioning Pathfinder 2e at every turn. I had no such restraint. Pathfinder 2 took the idea of skill challenges and expanded and developed them a bit more to create a few different subsystems presented in the Game Mastery Guide. A particular favorite of my table and mine is the chase mechanics. Basically, the PCs must roll given skills to collect a number of successes in order to overcome a series of obstacles. This is where I'd link the official online SRD, but I think YouTube is angry with me when I do that. So instead, you can find chases on page 165 of your PF2 Game Master's Guide, which I'm sure you all have. I do.
I didn't know that PF2 also had chases.
Oh yeah,
like rules for chases. I mean.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Because Call of Cthulhu 7th edition also has that.
That's right, and so does
that's
D&D.
What?
Yeah, 5e has chase rules technically.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's somewhere. I forget where, but
am I a big dumb?
I don't know.
I might be a big dumb.
Let's see.
What's going on? Sorry.
You're good. Anyway, I've run a handful of chases, and my players eagerly wait for the next one. I do like chases. Chases are fun.
Yeah.
Another system I have yet to run but look forward to is the infiltration mechanics. Similar, although a bit more involved, an infiltration consists of overcoming obstacles while avoiding complications and looking for optional opportunities, all the while hoping to get in and out again before someone/thing becomes too aware of you and the mission fails. A Game Master's Guide, page 160. Thank you. In the end, Pathfinder 2 seems to have borrowed a lot of ideas/learned important lessons from 4e. For example, Paizo has specifically made a point to mention that they weren't going to suddenly change everything about their setting overnight without reason. An NPC shouldn't be able to tell there's been an addition change. Meanwhile, from what I understand, Wizards of the Coast basically nuked their existing settings in order to give themselves a clear slate for 4e. At any rate, I choose to thank 4e for even indirectly influencing the creation of my personal favorite TTRPG. Yeah, 4e is pretty good. And then a reply to his comment that he made, coming back to add on to why 4e failed, quote unquote. I just listened to an interview with a guy named Phil Athens. Yes, I think that's his real name. Phil worked at Wizards of the Coast during 4e's development on the Forgotten Realms setting side of things. It sounds like it was a mess on the back end, waiting to hear from R&D about how the game would work so that they could know what to change about the setting just for the rules people to change their minds the next day.
Rough.
But that was development. From his perspective, there was one big thing that caused two problems. That being the global economic recession of 2008. Right at the beginning of 4e's launch.
Yeah, that would do it.
Yeah. The first consequence of that was no one wanted to hear buy all our books, but again. And also,
yeah.
And also they just got a pay cut or even laid off. The second consequence is that there was supposed to be several novels introduced and resolving the spell plague that would have taken place between the end of 3.x and 4e. But again, because of major economic problems, only the introduction of the spell plague was published at first, and not the resolution.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah. So when people read up about the new lore for the new system, all they got was big suck.
Yeah.
These are probably not the only reasons why 4E was so badly received, but it was a different take that I hadn't heard before. And I figured guy who worked at Wizards of the Coast at the time is a fairly good source. I would say so. The interview is on the World Casting Podcast, episode 5, titled Inside RPGs with Phil Athens, published December 31st, 2019, if you want to check it out, which I recommend. Thank you.
Yeah.
There you go. Very good. Thank you for that. It's very
But
helpful.
don't subscribe to their Patreon because you're subscribed to ours and you can't be, in multiple.
Oh, no, do it if you want to support them. Oh, my God. Reminds me of...
We need the money.
No, you don't have to give us money if you don't want to. Reminds me of Order of the Sticks first page. Oh, well, it's there's a later comment about Order of the Sticks, so we'll get there. With the
I don't know what Order of the Sticks is.
Me either. With the characters seeing their new abilities suddenly pop into existence as 2E transition to 3E. Oh, so it's just like a self-aware kind of thing, probably.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Rules Lawyer commented on episode 46. This was our response, our video on the response video that Taking 20 put up.
Oh. Oh boy.
This is very short. Says the thing that best counters Cody's argument that there is an obvious move was that optimal. Sorry. Let me read this again. The thing that best counters Cody's argument that there is an obvious move, quote unquote, that was quote unquote optimal for this ranger to repeat over and over is that his group did this TPK'd.
Because he was alone.
Also had the druid who turned into a dinosaur every battle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, fair enough. I was unaware of the one Patreon rule, time to dump someone else. Oh no, don't do that. No.
Yes, all of the money comes to us. Yes.
You should definitely look into Order of the Stick. Yeah, I'm now interested. Anyway. So I made a big fuss of this over on Discord and into our private chats, but right now you can see our Lord J. Scott Garibay posted a comment on
it's crazy
on our guide episode of Garibay's 10 DM bullet points. And all he said was Garibay is paracausal in quotes. Indeed. Agreeing with Aiden's joke.
In response to Aiden saying that.
And it's insane.
It's great.
I saw he also was replying to Lux at some point about Matt Mercer being better than William Shakespeare, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Insanity is in there.
Yes.
It's amazing. It's
yes.
I saw also, I think this is a good time to talk about it a little bit. I saw also in our Discord, people were talking about maybe us interviewing him at some point or something, and like being kind of interested in that. And some people also not being interested in that because it might ruin the magic. I'm in the camp of it would probably ruin the magic a bit.
Yeah.
Plus,
I agree.
I don't care.
That's the other thing.
The
thing is, I'm interested in Garibay because of the amount of like absolute insane shit that he spews. That's why I like watching Garibay videos, because it's fucking ridiculous.
It's funny and like
and having an actual discussion with him would just be so strange.
Absolutely.
Because it would be basically, Garibay, you're listening. I apologize. I don't mean this in a mean way.
Right.
Basically, to me, it would feel like waving over like one of those insane street preachers and actually trying to get like a conversation out of them. It's not what you're really there for with people like that.
I'll cite something else. For those of you who've watched Red Letter Media, highly recommend their channel. Very good content. Most of the time. Sometimes they're a little off, but they interviewed the lead actor of Samurai Cop. And that I don't ever want to watch Samurai Cop again because it's lost the magic.
Oh.
Because now I know like the story behind it and everything, and like all the like it's funny and it's interesting and like I learned a lot, but like now I'm like
you'd pulled back the veil.
Exactly. The curtain has been pulled back, and like the rumors of them finding the final copy of Samurai Cop being found in a castle and stuff, like all that, like not a thing, and I'm sad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I've ruined that for you, everyone. But
yeah. It's like watching Justin Roiland actually voice Rick, and you're like, oh, he's just a guy.
Yeah.
He's just a guy who like drunk method acts. And
yes,
that's it.
Exactly. Right. Like it takes something away from it, and it ruins it. And so like with Garibay, like if he wants to make comments and stuff, like I'll read the comments out, and I'll
hell yeah,
all that kind of stuff. But I don't think an interview is going to be in the cards anytime soon.
Yeah.
Until we're done with him, I guess. I don't know. Like, like there's only so much Garibay that we can
fully wrung all the fucking content out of his corpse or whatever. No. I don't know. He's not dead.
I honestly, yeah, exactly. I like his 10 bullet points are like some of the height of what we've seen so far.
Yeah,
and honestly,
right? It's gold mine. It's so entertaining.
After we get past the 10 bullet points, I think that's when I'm going to be like, I don't know if we're going to cover a lot of Garibay after that, like legitimately.
Unless he comes out with more ridiculous shit.
Exactly. Unless there's some title that really speaks to me. There's a couple of things, I've seen a couple of recommended videos that were given in our Discord and stuff, and like a comment or two that had some recommended ones, so those ones we'll cover definitely, I promise.
Wasn't there one that was like related to Pathfinder
relatively
recently?
Yep, that was one of them. And then I have one for him talking with the Nerdarchy guys about 4E.
Okay.
Which because he goes to bat for 4E, so I'm like very interested about that.
Okay.
So like,
wait, I thought he didn't like it.
No, he likes 4E. 4E is something that he likes. Yeah.
In all the videos we've seen of him talking about 4E, I seem to remember him not liking it.
I honestly, I don't remember most of the past ones.
That's fair enough. They all kind of blend together.
Yes. But regardless, at some point the Garibay stuff will probably stop, just because there's only so much that we can go to like laugh at, Mm-hmm. But that is not soon, I promise you that. Anyway, figured it was good point to talk about it. +1 for Order of the Stick. Okay, all right, yeah. He hath spake. That's right, he did. The fact that he quoted one sentence means he really watched a majority of an episode. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, right.
It's kind of crazy. Talking to God would lose the magic. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. I thought Garibay said it was made for video gamers who don't read. I honestly don't remember. I don't think Garibay will ever dry up. Honestly, I hope not. But at some point, probably. All good things. All good things.
Yes.
He likes 4E because it's D&D branded, and he hates Pathfinder for the exact opposite reason. Okay. Well.
Well, what a shame.
We'll get there. Anyway, moving on. Lux commented on 103. I'm starting to lose my voice. I'm actually kind of stuck for a comment on this one. It's going to be short. No, that's not true. Oh my god, it's shorter than your usual ones.
Oh hell.
Incorporating exploration into a campaign feels pretty natural to me. Just something you do without actually thinking about it. At least in my experience, when players arrive at an area that needs to be explored, they will explore it. All you have to do as the DM is describe whatever area the players are in well enough for them to understand what the area is and what they can do there, and also provide any additional information the players ask for ask for that their characters would actually know. I suppose if you have a limited vocabulary, you should work on expanding it, but you also need to make sure the players know what you're talking about. I suppose a point I could add is that if you want players to explore more, you should make it rewarding. Excuse me. By that, I mean, you should sprinkle some stuff around your dungeons that would be worth the party going out of their way to find. Whether that be the occasional treasure or clues that can help them solve some problems they're working on. Basically anything that directly benefits them. Of course, there doesn't have to be a reward waiting in every room. There just needs to be enough for the players to understand that if they look around more, they might find something nice that they otherwise could have missed.
Yeah.
Basically, the goal here is to get the players into the mindset of wanting to look around rather than just being laser focused on trying to get the next point in the main to the next point in the main story. Other than encouraging exploration for its own sake, the other benefit of doing this is that your players will be less likely to blow right past the cool things that you want them to see. Note that I'm only saying less likely here because they will still probably do that every now and then.
Oh yeah, they will.
yeah. At the very least. What I'm saying here, though, is that if you want players to see more of your world, give their characters an incentive to look around. I agree. I've seen fair points from him on other videos, but his takes on D&D are strange. Well, yeah, fair enough.
To say the least.
Here we go. John Parker put on Perception, our last episode. The metagaming of a failed spot check is one of the jokes in the first few scenes of the legendary Order of the Stick. So there you go. There's a third reference to it now. So at some point, maybe I'll look into that as well as the one with the bad one that everybody Fatal. That's the one. Still haven't looked into that. Oh yeah, still haven't looked into that, but at some point I will. I promise you.
Yeah, that's the one where you never mind.
Anal circumference. Yes. Then Lux also on that last episode. Looks like this one will be part 2 of my previous comment, which I really wasn't very satisfied with. Sure, I could still edit that comment, but that causes the heart thing to disappear, and I'm not about that. The like that I put on every comment, you don't want that to go away?
Wait, you lose a like if you edit it?
It's not the like itself, it's the actual heart of like
that.
Really?
Like
from the
That's
creator.
Weird.
Didn't know that, yeah. Well, fair enough, I guess. You do you. Aiden mentioned the point of players walking right past stuff you wanted them to see. I've watched enough Let's Plays to know the feeling of that, yeah. Unfortunately, there's only so much you can do. If your players won't pick up on your clues, or if they look in every direction but the right one, that might just be the reality you'll have to deal with. Yeah. For a GM, one way you can handle this is just to accept it. Let your players miss things and let them get away with it. Yeah. They'll probably have a harder time against the next boss than they would have if they had found the cool sword, but they'll still hopefully find another way to deal with it. That would be the way to go if you're some kind of saint. Or you could take the approach of breaking out a character and trying to nudge them towards the clue, hopefully without being too overt about it.
Yeah, I did that, and I still cringe every time I think about that.
Personally, I'd rather just let them fail. Me too. I don't expect them to find every secret, but if they miss something critical and don't get themselves back on the right track, what I will prefer to do is just let the consequences play out. Those consequences should generally be negative so that the character's participation in the storyline would have actually meant something. You don't want to tell your players that everything would have worked out just fine if they had done nothing. If that's the case, what's the point of the characters getting involved?
Wouldn't that be funny if it's like, just have that for like one quest where, you get sent to a place and it turns out they got somebody else to do it for you by the time you got there. And then like it only happens once. So what the fuck? Yeah. It's like, here you go. Sorry for your trouble. Here, we'll give you back your travel expenses.
Yeah, I can see it being like a big world building moment too, of like these other people that are also doing these things. Like then you get to introduction of like a group that you can rely on as a ally or a rival, or a bunch of different outcomes from that. But what's more likely is that they'll miss something critical that I had just hoped they would see. If that happens, I say let them miss it. They'll just have to continue on without the item or whatever it was that they would have found.
Yeah, the thing is, if you ever have something in your campaign that like really needs to be seen or is very important to see or interact with or whatever, and like it's very important, honestly, just don't leave it to chance and just put it in their path. That's
I was
the
gonna
thing.
say that's the easiest way to do it, because usually if it's something that's critical, it's just gonna be there.
Yeah, it just needs to be there.
Like if it is mission specific, campaign specific, it's just there. Yeah, that's fair enough. That way you just circumvent the whole issue.
Yes.
I understand, of course, that you want your players to succeed, and you want them to see the cool stuff you created for the game. But if you don't let them fail, you're choosing a short-term benefit while allowing a long-term problem to continue. Once they get a taste of failure, they'll learn from it and do better next time. Hopefully.
Oh, yeah, hopefully.
I added the hopefully.
I did too.
Of course, be fair about it. The critical point is that you allow them to lose, not that you force them to. Forcing them to lose is just as bad as protecting them, because it will also teach them that their decisions don't matter and there was never any point in trying. In fact, it's worse because they'll also probably resent it. If they find a different way of solving a problem from what you were expecting, that should be encouraged and rewarded. As far as passive perception goes, use it if you want to, or don't. It's fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah,
Yes,
I think Z Bashu actually did a video on that was like, why don't you pull that up if we can? Because it's like a 2-minute video.
They can go find it. We don't need to watch it.
But I want to watch it.
You go watch it then.
Okay, fine.
Go look up Zbashu and go find that video.
Yeah, he did a video on perception. It's
yeah,
really good. All of his shit is really good.
We covered dungeon DM layer. That guy.
Oh, okay.
And it was
Was it really bad?
Yes, it was terrible.
Shit.
It was absolutely fucking like, as I said in that discussion, I try to give him a chance every fucking time, and every fucking time he disappoints me.
Oh.
But anyway, if you want to know more about that, go watch that one. It was our last episode. Wow.
Yeah.
glowing recommendation.
Yeah.
It
was terrible.
It was so bad. I hate that video. Anyway, that'll do it for us for tonight. We got through it all, and my bitrate only died a couple of times and not completely.
Huzzah.
So that's pretty good. I want to thank you all for hanging out and watching, and those of you in the VOD, if you're watching right now, wow, I love
VOD
you.
gang.
You're crazy.
Yeah.
You watch this shit? What are you doing?
Dude, I don't know. On the one hand, excuse me. On the one hand, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you watching it? It's such garbage. And then, like, I remember that they're giving us money, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I can't say that because, like, now I'm, like, belittling their choice to give us money and, like, support us because I'm like, oh, shit, they actually really do like it. It's so weird.
Yeah, it's just,
and I don't mean it that way.
No, I know. It's surreal every time, though.
Yeah.
Losing the heart is like a number going down, and I'm all about numbers going up. Hell yeah, I feel
Yeah.
it. Okay. What am I doing, Syscon?
Yeah.
You're enjoying yourself, I hope.
Yeah.
I'll have to watch the VOD so I can see the stuff I was distracted from. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Anyway, again, thank you everybody for watching.
Yes.
And thank you once again to our lovely patrons. That is, of course, Draco Kraken, Mog Zero, Rick aka Unit Rico, Slazer, Steely, Drake Cross, Chris, Frozen Spaghetti, Kill Chrono, and Lux. Thank you all for giving the monies and stuff. If you want to join the Patreon, it's in the description, or you can just find it. I believe in you. And and right now I'm fucking dying, so we'll see you next week. I'm so tired. Goodbye.
Yeah. And maybe we'll have Devils and Dice this week. Who the fuck
Maybe,
knows?
yeah, we'll see. I should be
Yeah.
good for it, I think, but we'll
Yeah.
see. All right.
Who knows about Aiden, because he apparently is fucking up on his job applications.
Oh, goody.
Yep.
Anyway,
goodbye.
bye.
I'm not dragging it out.